2019 afternoon session of the Portland City Council. Carla, please call the roll.
Udaly, Fritz,
Here.
Fish, Hardesty,
Here.
Wheeler.
Still here. Now we'll hear from legal counsel on the rules of order and decorum. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Portland City Council. The City Council represents all Portlanders and meets to do the city's business. The presiding officer preserves order and decorum during City Council meetings so everyone can feel welcome, comfortable, respected, and safe. To participate in council meetings, you may sign up in advance with the council clerk's office for communications to briefly speak about any subject. You may also sign up for public testimony on resolutions or the first readings of ordinances. Your testimony should address the matter being considered at the time. If it does not, you may be ruled out of order. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. Please disclose if you are a lobbyist, and if you are representing an organization, please identify it. The presiding officer determines the length of testimony. Individuals generally have 3 minutes to testify unless otherwise stated. When you have 30 seconds left, a yellow light goes on. When your time is done, a red light goes on. If you're in the audience and would like to show your support for something that is said, please feel free to do a thumbs up. If you want to express that you do not support something, please feel free to do a thumbs down. Please remain seated in the council chambers unless entering or exiting.
Thank you.
If you are filming the proceedings, please do not use bright lights or disrupt the meeting. Disruptive conduct such as shouting or interrupting testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If there are disruptions, a warning will be given that further disruption may result in the person being ejected for the remainder of the meeting. After being ejected, a person who fails to leave the meeting is subject to arrest for trespass. Thank you for helping your fellow Portlanders feel welcome, comfortable, respected, and safe.
Thank you. Carla, we had one item that was carried over from yesterday, item 1065. Could you please read that again?
Amend contract with Cellco Partners doing business as Verizon Wireless to provide wireless services for an additional 5-year term and increase the not-to-exceed value by $17,500,000 for a new not-to-exceed total of $26,800,000.
Very good. We have Jeff Bear here from OMF, who I believe is going to lead our discussion, and there were a couple of questions that council had.
Good. Thank you, Mayor Wheeler, members of the council. I'm Jeff Bear, the Director of the Bureau of Technology Services. I'm here first I want to apologize for not being here yesterday. Also wanted to be able to address a number of different comments, I think, or questions and concerns that came up from the council meeting yesterday. A couple of them I'll just start right off and is related to the cost increase over the years. I think what we had seen is back in 4 years ago, our device count has increased dramatically. In 2015, for example, we had a little over 4,200 devices, connected devices on the Verizon network. Today, we have just nearly 6,100 devices. So it's increased by 45%, which is really driving the reason for those cost increases coming forward. So it's really based on the number of device accounts. And you may think about the difference that we had in our environment back in 2015. We had almost 1,300 flip phones as opposed to smartphones. So it's really changed the environment over the past 4 years. So now we're predominantly all smartphone based. We've got 1,100 tablets or iPads. And also we have 1,451 network devices like mobile data terminals that are in the police cars and fire apparatus and different vehicles. So that hopefully, I'll pause there if there's any questions about the cost increase.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. No, that is really helpful. So you're telling me we only went to smartphones 3 years ago?
No, we had smartphones in the environment. We just only had 1,359 smartphones at that time.
And now we have totally done the conversion to smartphones, or do we still have people with flip phones?
We still have 75 basic phones. Yes.
Kill those.
We'll work on that.
I think they should be dying fairly shortly.
They should be dead by now,
They're going out
Thank you.
rapidly.
I'd
I
like to
just-
kill mine. Commissioner Fritz.
I think the question that Commissioner Hardesty posed yesterday, which really piqued my interest, was why aren't we going out for a request for proposals?
So the answer to that is we are using the State of Oregon Cooperative Agreement. And so the state, along with several other states, combined their usage and number of devices and did a competitive solicitation. So they actually met the Oregon law related to competition. And so we take advantage of the economy of scale to participate in those cooperative agreements. One thing that we can do and will be doing over the next coming year is actually do a cost comparative analysis between the different carriers, just to get a sense of where are we within the market. How does Verizon compare with AT&T? How do they compare with T-Mobile?
Mayor.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Fritz. I've been seeing all these ads on TV about how AT&T is like the best thing for first responders. And so not that I believe all the ads I see on TV, but I think it is important that we don't just assume that because we already have a relationship that it's the best one out there. So I would assume that at the end of this renewal, that you will be doing a more thorough RFP process?
Yes, we would be looking at it, doing a cost comparative analysis, so looking at more of a market analysis, I guess is a better term for it. Does it make sense for us to do a standalone RFP with our 6,000 devices, or does it make sense to go with the state of Oregon's cooperative who might have 50,000 different devices? So just the economy of scale, we'll have to look at that. But we do want a cost comparative.
And we may actually be better at negotiating than the state of Oregon may be. So
Perhaps.
it's not, I wouldn't just assume that because you're buying in bulk that you're getting a better deal.
Okay, we will do that. I also want to point out that we are also pursuing a pilot program with a small subset group of police and fire personnel to look at and evaluate the AT&T FirstNet broadband program. So that could alter where we end up going on public safety.
Yeah,
And
this-
I had one more question.
Please,
I'm
yeah,
sorry,
Commissioner Hardesty, absolutely.
Thank you. And I called you about this question, which I just heard from. I'm very appreciative that Chief Boone was in my office when I was having this conversation. She brought up the issue of toggling, which in layman's term is slowing down the network in emergencies. And I asked you, and I would love you to answer it on the record for me, please.
Absolutely, love to do that. So in terms of the throttling back, what has happened or we've seen at different locations is in the event of a major scaled emergency, what can happen is the consumer bandwidth on the cellular networks gets clogged. And so what can happen is there isn't any priority for first responders. So we have been working with Verizon over the past, I think, probably about 6 months or so, and enabling what we call priority and preemption for first responders. So what that means is that those first responders who have that function enabled on the Verizon network under our device management, have priority and preemption for first responders, so that you are not in that commercial bandwidth.
Commissioner Fritz.
So it'd probably be helpful to add the council to that. The council's phones, in the event of a disaster, we're going to need to be connected in as well.
We've actually pursued that with Verizon. Right now, they're sticking with, you have to be a first responder, but I'm pushing for actually the entire Disaster Policy Council to have that preemption.
Well, yeah, and the whole council, because the Disaster Policy Council membership changes. So I have just one last question. The previous contract was for 3 years. Why are we going to 5, particularly if we're going to be looking around to see if there's a better deal out?
I missed that part, I'm sorry.
The previous contract was for 3 years with why are we going to 5 years?
Generally, we go for a 5-year limitation. We could do something shorter. It would mean that and one of the things I wanted to point out too to the council is that logistically, we've got 6,000 units in there, and it's everything from a laptop that might have a Verizon card into it. So just logistically, if we were to switch over to a new carrier, that'd be a huge effort for us to take that on. But we can do something shorter. We are not tied to, we don't have any exit penalties for something shorter with Verizon. It's strictly upon the state of Oregon contract.
So if we go for 5 years and you find out that there's a better option, we can get out in 2 or 3?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Any public testimony on this item? Seeing none, Carla, please call the roll.
Udaly?
Aye.
Fritz?
You forget our questions answered. Aye.
Hardesty?
Thank you very much. I appreciate the responsiveness of your reply. My only request to you would be, hopefully you'll be able to add the city council, since you haven't actually inked that contract yet, as folks who would have access in an emergency. I vote aye.
Wheeler?
Thank you very much. This has been a good conversation on obviously anything doing with having to do with technology. Technology is changing at a rapid clip. Our needs as a city are changing at a rapid clip, and so we're going to have a lot of interest in contracts like this. And you've done a great job of answering our questions, and we really appreciate it. Thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
I vote aye. Ordinance is adopted. Next item, Carla, is item 1083.
Portland Street Response Pilot Implementation Plan.
Colleagues, as mayor, I'm a strong advocate for this program, and I've been for some time. It's a compassionate and I believe a better way to respond to incidents involving the city's homelessness and those experiencing mental health crises in our community. My team has spent a considerable amount of time brainstorming and working on such programs behind the scenes on programs including this. I asked Commissioner Hardesty to lead this effort in partnership with me for a very important reason. She is the commissioner in charge of Portland Fire and Rescue, as well as the Bureau of Emergency Communications. I am the police commissioner, and collectively, we control the first response for the city of Portland. I know Commissioner Hardesty is a passionate advocate for this innovative approach to helping people in crisis, and therefore she is uniquely positioned to be in partnership with me. I appreciate all the work that she has done and the work that her team has done to bring this to this point. I also want to thank the leadership in the community. This has really been a truly organic effort. There have been many in the community, Kaya Sand, Street Route, other advocates in the community who have worked hard to put this front and center in front of us. And I really think this is another example of how our community comes together, and we all work together to try and do right by the people in our community, particularly those who are the most vulnerable. Today, we're going to hear the much anticipated report on the Portland Street response. The proposed pilot is funded and based on the report and recommendations, and we have a framework for moving this pilot forward. I'm also pleased to learn that there'll be detailed evaluations over the course of the pilot. In other words, the pilot may change as we think about how this unfolds and we look at the information, we look at the data, we get feedback from the community, we get feedback from our first responders on what's working and what isn't working. This is our baseline opportunity to test it and change it where we need to do so. As mayor and police commissioner, I'm excited to hear more about the report and learn about Portland Street response so that as a city we can continue to help the most in need. I want to reiterate this again to make sure that there's absolutely no confusion on the following point. Police officers and firefighters for years have had to carry the burden of responding to a majority of these calls. The Portland Street response pilot is to find a way to redirect some of the non-emergency calls to other trained professionals so that first responders who are doing life-saving work in our community every single day can have more bandwidth for other emergencies happening around the city. This is about the re-envisioning of how we care for people in crisis in Portland, and it's about our evolving response to crises in our community. I look forward to the presentation and the discussion that will follow, and I'd like to turn this over to Commissioner Hardesty for her remarks. Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty, for your leadership. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you to the entire City Council for approving the budget note to help us think through what this project would look like. The Portland Street response is a hard response to the harm that's happening on our streets. It is a response that says we can do better. I want to also appreciate that my team has worked tirelessly over the last 7 months, and Kristen Johnson is here somewhere, and I'm embarrassing her again, but she has led this effort phenomenally. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they would hold questions until the end because we have a lot of information to get through. And I'm going to ask now that we show the video. We have a Portland Street response video to kick us off, and then we will go to Tom to report back to us. Thank you.
He's already paid. You don't have to push anything.
Emergency response models are changing in cities all over the world, and it's time to change the way Portland responds to emergencies stemming from mental health crises. Portland Street Response is the appropriate response to 911 calls describing a non-criminal mental health crisis in progress. It is the solution for a growing problem we face as first responders in the city of Portland. The Portland Street Response pilot project will dispatch a 2-person team to respond to calls determined to be a non-criminal mental health crisis. The pilot project will involve various bureaus and partnerships throughout the city.
When the Oregonian published the report that 52% of all arrests affected unhoused people, while that number was a brutal number for us all to grapple with, it also felt very true to what we see every day in street routes. Unhoused people, their bodies are inscribed with the trauma of living on the streets. And they are, in a sense, always contending with not being in the right space. What we hear is that people are just getting arrested again and again and again because they're out in public spaces. Sometimes they're doing the things that if they were in a house, it wouldn't be a problem. So they end up just getting entangled with the legal system, and they're just beaten down by all of it. It's almost like as a society, we're pushing people further and further into poverty and homelessness. Folks that are in law enforcement, their mission is about enforcing the law. Their mission is about dealing with crimes. We need to make sure that people who are homeless are encountering people whose mission is different than that. Their mission is public health. Their mission is making sure that everyone is thriving as much as humanly possible. Our newspaper interviewed Chief Outlaw. Chief Outlaw talked about how the police shouldn't be involved in a lot of these encounters that aren't part of what she described as a criminal nexus. So we knew, okay, at the highest levels in Portland police, we're hearing that the system isn't right.
When we send law enforcement officers to calls that don't necessarily require a law enforcement officer, we find that the types of calls that we're going to are either more complex because we recognize that there's no crime that's been committed, but there's a need for either a social service provider or there are resources that are outside of our realm of influence that are required. And our officers don't necessarily clear the call without a resolution. They actually take the time that's needed to either resolve the call or get those folks the services that they need. And because of that, that can take a longer than average time. And so we have officers that are responding to calls. They're far more complex in nature, taking longer on the calls, and as such, our response times to other calls around the city increase. And I think it's important that those who need services directly get the services that they need without having to jump through hoops or be passed along through various bureaucracies.
If they're mentally ill, a lot of them are very scared of the police.
If there's not a crime being committed, maybe the better response would be the response team to come out and help people, get through the situation and find out what's really going on. And if the police need to be involved, they can be called,
We do have a mental health crisis that's going berserk in this city.
Our homeless population tend to have a lack of trust for police response now. The goal is sending people who are equipped to deal with a variety of situations, including mental illness, so that we can get a response that is more tailored to what their needs are. In Eugene, I was able to ride along with Cahoots. They had a paramedic and a social worker who responded together, and the paramedic would help with wound care and things like that. The social worker did a fantastic job really being able to calm people down, determine what their needs were in that moment, determine if it was appropriate to transport them, and if it was, to try to figure out the best way of accomplishing that. Both of them built a fantastic rapport with the clients and were able to build trust very quickly. And I know that many of the clients recognized Cahoots. It's part of their community.
Ultimately, when we're talking about these quality of life crimes that folks are getting cited for, whether it's panhandling, trespassing because somebody's trying to find a place to sleep for the night, illegal camping, open container, those things that might in other communities result in a police contact, we're able to provide a more compassionate and more appropriate response. And that means that they're less likely to end up getting arrested and tossed in jail for the night. As that criminal record builds for somebody, you're gonna have a really hard time finding housing and an even harder time finding a job.
Today we have 24-hour van coverage in both Eugene and Springfield. We always have a minimum of 2 vans out at a time. Between our 911 and non-emergency lines, we are responding to over 24,000 calls annually. Our community really embraces Cahoots because we're able to take care of situations that aren't appropriate for police or EMS. A Cahoots type program could truly benefit Portland, and it could be very successful because there are so many established programs and partner agencies to further serve the community.
I think the reason that there's strong support across our first responder community for this is that there's an understanding that right now we're not able to send the right resource to the right kind of situation. These calls that relate to somebody who is just struggling often don't require a police officer or a fire engine to come. But if we don't have anything else, that's who has to come. As important as Portland Street Response is in terms of ensuring that we're sending the right first responder to the appropriate situation, it won't address the housing crisis unless we're also expanding the available resources for the folks who are being engaged. Our ability to really capitalize on the benefits of that engagement depends on there being resources available, and that means housing.
We in public safety know the system is broken. Criminalizing mental health and homelessness is not the solution. We have been building out a community health assessment team that looks at high utilizers and tries to pair them with the appropriate resources. Portland Fire supports street response because this fits into our overall vision. It is a response model that puts compassion front and center back into the service.
A fully realized Portland Street Response program would be a great benefit to the entire community of Portland. It also will alleviate a significant portion of the call volume from traditional public safety resources and provide a more responsive resource for the community members who are reaching out to it.
In order to be successful, Portland Street Response needs to be big and it needs to be nimble. If the approach is onerous and rigid, then that approach is not going to work for a number of people who are on the streets. What we want from Portland Street Response is to not make life harder. And I will say emphatically that that is actually what our system does right now.
With your support, Portland can join a small but growing list of cities around the world who are developing a new and effective response model for trauma-informed care and mental health crises. Together, let's develop the appropriate response for our community members in need.
Good afternoon, Council. Commissioner Hardesty, Mayor Wheeler, Commissioner Fritz, Commissioner Daly. My name is Tom Reinhardt. I'm proud to be Chief Administrative Officer for the city, and I'm excited to be here with this group today, this very impressive panel that I don't usually get to sit with at this big table. My role here today is to give you an overview of the Coordinated Emergency Response Budget Note to set the stage for the report that we are presenting today that is a part of that budget note. Before I begin, I would like everyone at this table to introduce themselves. Let's start at the end with Greg.
I'm Greg Townley. I'm an associate professor of community psychology at Portland State University, also the director of research for the Homelessness Research and Action Collaborative.
I'm Kaya Sand. I'm the executive director of Street Roots.
Good afternoon. I'm Danielle Outlaw, Portland Police Chief.
Good afternoon. I'm Bob Causey, Director of Bureau of Emergency Communications.
Good afternoon, Sarah Boone, Portland Fire Chief.
Good afternoon, Tremaine Clayton, Chat Coordinator for Portland Street Response.
And before I continue, I want to thank everybody behind us who played a key role in this effort. And we are glad you're here today. The budget note had 3 goals: reduce emergency response times by effectively triaging calls to more appropriate service providers, identify resources in our system for rapid street response, and finally, make recommendations for efficiencies across the public safety system related to day-to-day business operations, technology, administration, communications, and outreach. Chief Boone will outline the pilot in a minute. Before that, I want you to know the following about the entire budget note. My team and I followed this process very closely and believe we have a viable pilot that will teach us a lot about how to proceed as a city. From meetings with both Portland Fire and Rescue as well as community stakeholders, I believe we should withhold judgment on what types of teams will be most effective and what type of public-private partnership we should eventually pursue. In short, we have a lot to learn before we propose a final approach, and it should be driven by figuring out how to provide the best service for as many people as possible. It is important to put street response in the context of the entirety of the work we have undertaken together in public safety. While today we will understandably be focused on the great work being done to build this pilot model, our ability to expand on any learning and build upon it relies on our collective ability to successfully reimagine how we allocate resources as a public safety entity in the city of Portland. Under the direction of the mayor and Commissioner Hardesty, and with the leadership of all public safety directors, the great group sitting at this table included, we have embarked upon our effort to find approximately $7 million in savings over the next 3 years by approaching our 4 bureaus as a public safety system instead of a set of independent entities. We look forward to showing you the fruits of that effort in several months and in regular check-ins with all of you. But with that, I want to hand the microphone over to Chief Boone to walk through the pilot, the purpose we're here today to talk about. Chief Boone.
Thank you, Tom. Fire worked in collaboration with the stakeholder group and put together an internal team to determine the right response model for the appropriate care. Before I go over the entire program and outline, I would like to hand it off to Tremaine Clayton, our EMS specialist and our community health coordinator that oversees and was part of the Portland Street Response. He's going to tell you a little bit about himself, his background, and how fire has evolved to create a community health assessment team and the nexus that plays with Portland Street Response.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
So approximately 2 years ago, I started working with our community health care assessment team in an effort to reduce our call volume to high utilizers or those that were not having their needs met with our current system. We talked about the Cahoots program in the video, and Cahoots is just a service that's provided for, one of many services provided by Whitebird Clinic down in Eugene. About 5 years ago, I began as a Whitebird volunteer as a medic, where I had the direct privilege to work within that model of a 2-person medic crisis worker team to provide care that addresses both the physical and mental health needs of a person in distress. In that time, I was able to see trauma-informed care in action through holding space and following harm reduction standards and practices, where I was able to witness holistic healing of those people that were in crisis. Portland Street Response is an opportunity to deliver that compassion and hope to those experiencing those crises where there's no immediate threat to life, there is no crime being committed with no imminent fire hazard. Cahoots is a proven model that we can use as a guide for Portland Street Response so that we can add to the continuum of care to meet the needs of our vulnerable populations here in the city of Portland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tremaine. I'm going to invite our principal management analyst to come up so we can talk a little bit about the data and why we chose Station 11's fire management area.
Good afternoon. I'm Robin Burrick with Portland Fire and Rescue.
Thanks, Robin.
As we looked at our call volume, particularly within fire, we can see that in the last 5 years, we've had an increase of 11% citywide. For the Lentz neighborhood, that's actually increased by 20%. So the Lentz neighborhood is outpacing the number of call responses that we're responding to. When we looked at where to start this pilot, the Lentz neighborhood makes up about 5 square miles, or 5 square miles. And it seemed reasonable for one team to start there. It seemed like a good spot. We also looked at some of police's data as well. Seems like they're pretty busy out there as well. So it was a good fit for a pilot.
Thank you, Robin. One of the things I'd like to reiterate, how Portland Fire is able to come to the table and partner and be with every other stakeholder is because we built out a community health program before Portland Street Response and what we were looking at the pilot, and as far as what we gathered going down to Eugene and Cahoots. We have a referral model in place right now where we have 2 community health members in Tremaine Clayton and Lisa Reslock. They work with high utilizers where our firefighters, basically, we capture data within the incident reporting system, and we make referrals to Tremaine and Lisa, who follow up with people where we're not meeting their needs. And we work with Multnomah County Health. We connect them to social services, healthcare services. So we are already networked and plugged in to a larger system. What we see with Portland Street Response is we are partnering with the nonprofits that we're already networking with and using our current platform as a response agency and partnering with them and bringing them on board for Portland Street Response, where we become the first point of contact when it comes to addressing the appropriate need, the appropriate care with the right resource, where we have the time versus an emergency response model. So we see this as a complement. The pilot program is going to start with one team. That's what we are recommending in Fire Management 11's FMA, the Lentz area. The first team will be an EMS specialist, Tremaine, because he already understands the network, the resources. And to pair with a crisis worker was the recommendation, a mental health professional, which we can put out an RFP. The pilot program would run Monday through Friday, 10 to 6 a.m., or 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., because we looked at our data as far as the types of calls that met the criteria. And the highest peak hours are between this time frame. Logistically, we can outfit a van, basically an SUV that we have in reserve. We can also obtain food, water, cold weather clothes, sharps containers. That is what the operation of fire has, where not only are we able to support Portland Street Response in the pilot, but we can also logistically provide resource when it comes to the vehicle, fueling, supply, replenishment, maintenance. The pilot program, Portland Street Response, will have a distinct logo and marking for Portland Street Response. And we also know that the types of calls based on the scenarios are non-emergent, low acuity, or behavioral health, which do not require lights and sirens. We are also, when it comes to looking at training curriculum, working with the Whitebird Clinic. So we're not reinventing the wheel, but they're also, we would use them and contract them in order to create the most appropriate training required to build out the program. And then as far as the services, just reminding everyone, this is a response model that complements a 911 emergency response model. It's within the entire 911 system, where for these low acuity, non-emergency behavioral health calls or informational only calls for fire and police, that we don't need to send a police officer, a firefighter, fire engine, and 4 firefighters on a houseless and behavioral health low acuity call. This will free up our public safety when it comes to fire response and crime response, so police and fire can respond on higher emergency calls. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Good afternoon. We are pleased to be a part of this pilot program, and I want to acknowledge the staff that's participated. They're actually here with me here. Commander Krantz, Captain Lavelle, Lieutenant Hetman, Emily Rashawn, and Stephanie Harrell all participated in the stakeholder group and have given a lot of hours and time, as well as other officers who've worked in our in the sub-work groups. I understand that Commissioner Hardesty's office also had the opportunity to sit down with officers in each precinct who had the opportunity to help inform policy as well. And you also went on a ride-along with Officer Kinney. This program, I won't reiterate what I was already saying in the video, but there are many benefits for us, specifically as it relates to allowing us to redirect our resources to the calls that really truly need a law enforcement officer there. And then I think this also allows us to decrease the likelihood of the unintended consequence that we're all talking about and discussing today of criminalizing those who have not committed a crime. So again, we look forward to participation in the pilot program. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it. Thanks to your whole team.
Well, I'd like to walk us through a call. I'm Bob Causey, Director of BOEC. And when we talk about different types of calls for service, our 911 center answers 911 as well as non-emergent calls. And we fully expect that these types of calls that would be referred to Portland Street Response would come in on either or. So when the call taker answers 911 or that non-emergency call, they triage whatever is happening. And they assign a police or fire type code depending on the circumstances, based on the nature of the call. Typical call would be a welfare check, potentially a disturbance without weapons, something that isn't violent, but something that would be appropriate to send an alternate resource. If the call is within the fire management area, FMA 11 as we call it, the dispatcher will then dispatch Portland Street Response, that unit, and relay the call information. If they're available for a call, the dispatcher will send that information via the mobile data terminal on their computer, and they'll be able to pull that call up and respond. If they're not available and there's no other unit available, theoretically, they could let that call stack up and respond a little bit later. Just depends on the circumstances in that moment. If they can't respond in a timely manner, the dispatcher will then send the next available, best available responder to that particular call. When the Portland Street Response unit clears that call for service, they'll clear it via that computer terminal, and they will then change the type code from what it was entered as from the call taker to PSR, Portland Street Response, so that we're able to track the data. Some of the recommended scenarios that we're looking at dispatching on would be a person outside needing a welfare check, for example. Those can be described as someone who's down, they're unchecked, the caller doesn't really know their condition. Perhaps they're sleeping, but we don't know. We can certainly send a unit to check their welfare. A person who's behaving erratically, perhaps under the influence of drugs or alcohol. a person who's outside just yelling, but they're not really a threatening individual, a person outside who needs a referral service and they don't have access to a telephone, or a person outside needing face-to-face mental health check when they can't be transferred themselves to the Multnomah County Crisis Line. Also, potentially a co-response or a mutual aid request from a police officer who's already on scene with an individual and realizes that it's really not appropriate for them to handle. They can call for the Portland Street Response Unit. And also, the Portland Street Response Unit can be self-dispatched. If they're not on a call for service and they happen upon a circumstance that fits the criteria, they can let us know and directly report.
Can I ask you a couple of questions,
Yeah.
Bob? First of all, can you, and you gave us a whole list of responses that would be obviously really good for the street response and maybe not the best and highest use of our police officers. Walk us a little more towards the margin, though. Walk us towards a case that's harder to make that call. How are you going to make the call, for example, if somebody is in crisis and they are potentially, but not necessarily, acting out? They're sort of just right on that cusp of street response versus police response. What sort of protocols are you going to design that will help you make a clear decision?
Yeah,
And if you turn out to be wrong in your original assignment, what's the process for backing that up or increasing, if necessary, the police response?
Yeah, we're developing the training right now for our dispatchers, and it's going to take us about 45 days or so to get everyone through the training. But some of the things that we're looking at is whether or not there's a suspicion of violent behavior or if there's access to weapons. Those are cut and dry. We're not going to send Portland's street response on that. If they're behaving violently, either physically combative, threatening violence, actually assaulting, we're going to send the police on those calls. It is that middle ground that the pilot program is really designed to test out. And when I had the opportunity to ride with Cahoots, I actually sat in the dispatch center and watched the dispatch operation as they were sending units out. And in some cases, Cahoots would go and they would back away then and ask for police. Occasionally, a police officer would respond, and that's when they would say, you know what, this really isn't appropriate. So it is those middle areas that we need to be able to track the data so that we can further refine what our call answering protocol is going to be.
Great, and thank you for that, and I look forward to seeing where that actually lands. Somebody raised a potential concern with me at some point during this process. I don't even remember who it was or where the concern came from, that as the public becomes more aware that an alternative response that is not a police response necessarily becomes available to the community, what could actually happen is an increase in calls to BOIC as opposed to a decrease in calls to BOIC. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, this pilot and even a Portland Street Response model is not going to reduce our call volume by any stretch. What it does is provide an added resource for our dispatchers to send, a more appropriate resource.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Council, we have two more speakers, and we hope and expect there'll be lots of questions, but if you could please hold them for just two more.
Happy to do it, Tom.
Good afternoon, commissioners and mayor. I'm Kaya Sand. I'm the executive director of Street Roots. And at Street Roots, this is a really big day. I just came from a pizza party because the vendors are celebrating the fact that we got this far. They've been so involved in this the whole way from really dreaming up the plan, talking to us about these ideas for a long time, being involved in the campaign, being involved in doing surveys of other unhoused people, and even judging the logo contest. So a number of them are here, probably in the balcony because the pizza party went long, and some of our staff are here too.
Some waves up there.
Yeah. So just as a little background on why on why Street Roots is involved in something like this. For the past 20 years, Street Roots has really been working on issues around criminalization and poverty because we see every day how the legal system can make poverty more difficult. And this work really is animated, or this perspective has animated our work from the earliest days through our newspaper and our reporting, but also because all of us at Street Roots spend so much time together, and we have about 170 vendors who, about half of whom are unhoused. We all share the same coffee pot, so we share a lot of stories, we share a lot of awareness of each other's lives. And so, you know, we see every day a man digging through the trash in a way that attracts a lot of attention, and it takes a long conversation to realize how he's in distress because he can't see his daughter. You know, we see people that are acting out in ways that are disturbing, and they have back pain, they have sleep deprivation, they've experienced extreme violence. So a lot of this often is about having the time to hear the story beneath the story. And that's something that we really saw through the Cahoots model. Just very briefly, when I did my ride-along, as I know so many folks in the room did, I saw a situation in Eugene where a man was causing a lot of commotion outside of a store, and after Cahoots arrived and was able to attend to a wound, so there was a physical pain that he was experiencing, but also attend to his distress, which was actually that he was missing a cancer treatment appointment and couldn't get there because he didn't have transportation, and they were able to provide that. So that's the kind of thing that we see, that there's stories beneath stories, and often it takes that kind of patience and listening to be able to find out what they are. And so I would say at Street Roots, everyone has a fire inside of them to make this happen, and we are determined. I think the whole community is determined. There's so much will behind you, and we have a lot of pride in the fact that we're sitting here today and that you've taken us this far, because I know at Street Roots I hear a lot from the community, from business owners, from faith community folks, from grassroots organizers, who all basically say we don't have good options. And there's a lot of people who want to have good options. I had a staff member today who said, can we have Portland Street Response already? Because a woman came into our space in distress, and she was concerned that once she went back out, things would get worse. So just briefly, I had the privilege of serving on the community engagement work group, co-chairing it with Matt McNally, who works on Commissioner Hardesty's staff. And we did a number of things. We really put forward the idea that we wanted people who are unhoused to be a part of the development of this pilot, and we wanted to figure out how that could be possible. So we set up a number of listening sessions. First and foremost was the idea that we all needed to go to where people who are unhoused are at, that we too often expect them to come into spaces that they aren't usually coming into. So we went to Sisters of the Road, we went to Join, we went to Central City Concern, Yellow Brick Road, and did listening sessions. And there were a number of findings from these listening sessions, something such as just a very much across the board sentiment that there's a lot of encounters that people hope that the police could be kept out of, that are the non-criminal matters. Folks talked about how sometimes to the outside there's situations that can look unsafe, but they actually are safe in the sense that there might be a street family that's providing safety to each other, and it's only by sort of getting pulled apart that's when more distress takes place. So how can the Portland Street Response come to really understand more of what they're seeing? People talked about not wanting to be separated from their belongings because, of course, they could lose everything. I mean, we hear about people losing parents' ashes. We hear about family photos, IDs, birth certificates. So that's what's at stake when people are concerned about their belongings. People don't want to be, separated from pets. I know of a man who only 2 weeks ago, he went to the ER once he was convinced that he would not be separated from his dog because he'd rather lose his own life than have his dog be in distress. And we heard from people that they, need a support system sometimes, of other folks that are going to understand them, that can be with them. We heard from folks that people often will need transit, and this is something deeply important, right, is that stitching things together. And then we heard about mental health issues, folks say again and again, really wanting that understanding, right, of that patience with mental health. And we heard from members of the transgender community just how important it is to be treated well and to be understood. So the next phase of the community outreach was to conduct a survey, and that was done with Portland State's Homelessness Research Action Collaborative, who's following up on the evaluation side also. And we conducted that with Right to Survive, Sisters of the Road, Street Books, and Yellow Brick Road. And Street Roots vendors went out with Portland State students and other community members. Each survey team had at least one person who'd experienced homelessness or was currently experiencing homelessness. And they went out and surveyed people on trails and squats and camps and shelters to find out what people wanted in Portland Street Response. And that was incredibly helpful. In 2 days plus a little bit, they surveyed 184 people. And some of the surveys took place at night in people's camps, in situations that I never would have had access to. And here are the 8 findings, and these are in the packet that you have. The whole report is in there. But number 1, Portland State, excuse me, Greg. Portland Street Response needs to be separate from the police. There's a concern, number 2, that Portland Street Response not be armed or able to run warrant checks. Number 3, that Portland Street Response prioritizes training in mental health, de-escalation, training, and listening. So listening, again, that story beneath the story of the crisis. Number 4, uniforms should be recognizable and distinct from other first responders. Number 5, referrals and transportation services would help teams be effective. Number 6, Portland Street Response need to be able to connect with places where people can go. And this really gets at what Mark Jolin was talking about in the video. This is a first responder system that's only solving situations that deal with first responder crises. And it doesn't do anything to provide housing or places for people to go. And I think it's always really important to emphasize that portion too. Number 7, a lot of people who are unhoused just wanted to educate other people in the community about how to use emergency calls. A lot of folks are saying they just feel like people dial 911 a little too easily. And number 8, treat people with compassion and dignity. So I'm really proud that all those recommendations made it into the recommendations you have before you. I think this has been a thoughtful, intentional process, and I know that all the folks that were involved in the surveying are eagerly watching this whole process, very aware of these findings, of these recommendations, and very aware that they're honored. Finally, we also helped hold a logo contest, and one of the things that we were able to do with the logo contest was have depository boxes at libraries, as well as at Street Roots and Commissioner Hardesty's office, so that they were in a number of places where people who are unhoused could enter the contest. And again, like the survey experience, we were really pleased to have this be a situation where unhoused folks were sitting alongside housed folks to do the judging. We had 3 Street Roots vendors with staff from Mayor Wheeler, your office, and from your office, Commissioner Hardesty. And I think one of the things that was really powerful about that process was the fact that people in the community were able to try to draw what I think of as a kind of civic imagination around this. What do we want to be in our city? How do we think that courageously and with that kind of humanity and heart? And so we heard from people through that contest. One person really drew a lot about, mental health and supporting LGBTQ people and just this kind of compassionate illustration. And another person made a beautiful drawing and then said she dedicated it to her mother, who in 2008 was homeless and died on our streets. And I think I'll end it there because that is something that underlies all of this, the fact that we do know too many people die on our streets, and the more we can provide people hope and we can, reduce the amount of trauma they experience, the more we can contribute to a healthier place for unhoused people. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kaya. I'm Greg Townley from Portland State University. Thank you, Portland City Council, for inviting me to speak and for your commitment to making sure that this program is informed by research and evaluation. This is fundamentally important to the success of Portland Street Response. We need to understand how it's operating and what changes and adaptations are necessary along the way to make sure it's working for unhoused individuals, for the Portland Street Response team, and for the community. Commissioner Hardesty expressed her dedication to making sure the pilot was evaluated and informed by data when I met her at the listening sessions in early July. Kaya Sand invited us to co-develop a survey methodology and report highlighting the critical perspectives of unhoused individuals. Matt McNally conducted an online survey of businesses and neighborhood associations so that their input could inform the pilot. And many others across the Portland Street Response work groups collected vital information from a variety of stakeholders that was instrumental in designing the pilot program. So while the formal evaluation of the pilot program will begin when the program goes live in the spring, it's important to recognize that the evaluation has informed the development of this program from day one. This gives us a great deal of confidence that the proposed pilot is not only what key stakeholders want and need, but also what will be successful. The Homelessness Research and Action Collaborative will work closely with Robin Burrick from Portland Fire and Rescue, Commissioner Hardesty's office, and many others throughout the pilot program to conduct an ongoing evaluation. We are finalizing our primary performance measures, and we welcome feedback and recommendations. At this point, I'll bring up the recommendations. I have a handout I'd like to enter into the record on our performance measures. First, reductions in the number of non-warrant arrests that result during a 911 response. Second, reductions in the number of individuals transported to the emergency department for low acuity medical-related issues that could instead be addressed in pre-hospital care settings. And third, reductions in the number of behavioral health and lower acuity medical calls traditionally responded to by police and fire. We are also considering outcomes pertaining to cost and time saved, including reductions in the behavioral health care costs associated with emergency department transfers following a 911 response, reductions in police and fire personnel costs associated with lower acuity medical and behavioral calls, and reductions in the amount of time police and fire spend responding to lower acuity medical and behavioral calls reflected in FTEs. For each of these, we have key performance measures and operational metrics. And we will determine percent reduction targets based on baseline data that we will pull prior to the start of the pilot. After the pilot begins, we will receive and analyze data monthly, examining trends and outcomes, and making recommendations for changes that need to be made along the way. In addition to these quantitative outcomes, it's also vital that we assess the experiences of unhoused individuals who are affected by Portland Street Response. At this point, we can go back to the video. Thank you. We will work with StreetRoots vendors to conduct 2 rounds of surveys similar to the ones we did to inform the design of the pilot, asking them if they've had contact with Portland Street Response, what the experience was like, and how it could be improved. We'll also be working with Tremaine and the Portland Street Response crisis worker to collect ongoing data about how the program is operating, lessons learned from their experiences in the field, and additional resources or support they need to do their job effectively. We're also considering ways to assess how Portland Street Response may ease the load and enhance the job satisfaction and wellness of police and fire staff at the East Precinct and Station 11, which cover the Lentz area. These may be qualitative interviews or focus groups, or pre- and post-surveys of burnout and job satisfaction. Finally, we will conduct a follow-up survey of businesses, organizations, and neighborhood associations in the Lentz neighborhood to gain feedback about how the experience with the Portland Street Response pilot and any recommendations they have for improvement. We will produce a formal progress report reflecting all of these quantitative and qualitative data points after the pilot has been on the ground for 6 months, and we'll present this to council. We will then produce a year-end pilot review summarizing all of the outcomes and provide formal recommendations for modifying the program and scaling up citywide. Throughout this entire process, we will continue working as we began, in close collaboration with key stakeholders representing the needs and experiences of those who will be most impacted by Portland Street Response. The Homelessness Research and Action Collaborative is honored to be a part of this innovative, community-centered pilot program, and we thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Greg.
Council, we did our best. Now it's your turn to ask questions, and if we can't answer them, we've got a lot of talented people behind us that we will call up.
Well, first of all, just thank you. I don't think we've had this many high-level people at this table and be so succinct and to the point. That's very impressive. Questions or comments, Commissioner Hardesty?
I'm happy to wait.
Commissioner Udaly?
Oh, sure. Well, you have answered many of my questions, which is the benefit of waiting till the end of a presentation, which I think maybe should just be a rule from now on. But I do have a couple questions. I appreciate the fact this isn't going to reduce call volume for your staff, which you know is something that I'm particularly interested in. I'm wondering what the plan is for public education, because while everyone in this room obviously knows about Portland Street Response, how are we going to get the word out to the general public who may have already be hesitant to call 911 when they see someone in crisis, possibly in need of assistance, and might be more likely to call if they knew there's an alternative?
We have the PIO that works with Bureau of Emergency Communications and Bureau of Emergency Management. Dan Douthit has been on one of the subcommittees working on specifically that, what kind of messaging we're going to be sending out. You know, in a pilot, we want to be very cautious not to set expectations too high. So we're not going to necessarily publicize initially, but assuming that the pilot is a success, that's where we really want to go full bore and educate the public on not only on the fact that Portland Street Response exists and the purpose of it, but also on the appropriate use of 911, when to call 911, when to call non-emergency number, or even provide alternate numbers for people to call.
And would you anticipate calls for Portland Street Response to always go to 911? Or would we possibly want to offer another avenue?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Down the line.
Right now, the model is that the calls will come through to BOEC, and that can be through the non-emergency number as well as 911. We haven't had a discussion at this point of having an alternate contact number specifically for Portland Street Response.
And can people self-refer?
I'm sorry?
Can individuals experiencing a crisis refer themselves?
Yeah, I imagine that that will happen down the road. I know that does happen in Eugene and Springfield.
And I'm sorry if someone already covered this, I didn't hear it. What will the team be doing in between calls?
I personally believe they're going to be very busy, and they're going to be going from call to call. You know, the model is that if they're driving around and they're not on a call for service, they're probably going to find something that they can self-dispatch on.
And then calls outside of service hours will just be routed to fire or police like they are now, or?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fritz?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty, and all your staff for all this work, and thank you for your great partnership at Street Roots and also with Portland State. Why will this team be based at Station 1 instead of Station 11?
They'll be at 11 instead of
I thought it said in that they,
Physically,
No, they're at 11.
Station 1, that's what it said.
So our data analysts, when we looked at our response and call volume, we offered multiple locations based on the population. And a recommendation for station downtown in the core, but that's where all the resources are. We also know that we have vulnerable populations and houseless out in Lentz, East County. And so we wanted to see within the pilot program what the turnaround would be and how effective the pilot would be when you're further removed from resources.
so I understand why the Fire Management Area 11 has been chosen, but I thought the report said that the staff are going to be based in Station 1.
It does say that. Maybe it's just a typo, though.
I think it is a typo.
Typo.
They'll be in 11. They won't
So-
be.
But when they show up to work in the morning, they'll be at Station 11.
So when they show up in the morning for work, they report to the main headquarters.
So
And
that's
then
my
they
question.
will be
Why are they doing that?
mobile.
My office is at Station 1. All of our admin duties that would not be covered in the mobile, in the field, would be conducted when we return back to the admin station at Station 1. That's my current office. This is going to be a pilot through the 40-hour work week schedule, so that's really what it is. Once we've established that the pilot is successful and we look to expand, then we would probably consider at that time where we'd be stationing or housing those vans or vehicles to respond 24/7. But right now, we're not doing 24/7 response simply because we're matching the current work schedule that I have now.
Yeah, it just seems that that's a lot of travel time to keep starting off at downtown and then traveling out to Lentz and back.
And this is not set in stone. We also have a location, 122nd, in Sandy, our training center also, that if this mobile team needs to do administrative stuff, they can use a closer location.
Okay, great, thank you. I appreciated you giving the actual data from the survey that the Street Roots folks worked on. And it showed, understandably, that mental health professionals are the number one desired people to respond, which, as a retired psychiatric nurse, I certainly agree with that. It has emergency medical technicians as also one of the top 4, but it has firefighters as the bottom one. And so, and then it also talks about what should the uniform be. And I know that maybe you haven't got that thus far down the line, but how are we going to, if they're coming in a red fire truck with sirens, even if they don't use them, how are we going to make it clear that this is a medical person and not a firefighter?
I mean, I'll jump in for a moment and just say that I think that data did show that a firefighter showing up in firefighter uniform with a fire truck is not the right response. But in terms of Portland Fire and Rescue using an infrastructure to then have people show up as a medic and a crisis worker, to me that does feel very different. Okay. And in terms of the survey, making clear that people do need to have a very different uniform, I think that's very important.
So that'll be figured out as you actually implement what that looks like. Because I noticed in the video of the Cahoots folks, they both were very much dressed down. Thank you. And then my final question is, what's the process for completing the pilot, getting information back to council, making decisions as to whether, what the next steps are?
We are, as Greg mentioned, we're planning to report to council 6 months from when the unit is actually operational in FMA 11, and then set a evaluation calendar internally and with council after that. But we're going to wait 6 months for we actually have some good data. And I believe then the 1-year checkpoint is a whole other evaluation. So really the formal part of that is every 6 months with council. We've been discussing internally that we're going to need a monthly with all the partners, including community stakeholders as well, because as you know from today and what I said at the outset, there's going to be a lot of learning that's going on, and we want the flexibility. And I think the word that Kaya used was, admonishing us not to be rigid. We want to be flexible and make changes as we go along.
Thank you. So then the 500,000 that we allocated in the last budget, presumably not going to be spending that much in the next 6 months. And so that would carry over to complete the pilot, and then you would come back in 2022 with funding requests.
Commissioner.
I was just going to, excuse me, I was just going to say, we haven't thought about what the next funding request will be, so I don't want us to be on the record to say we're not coming back until 2021. We may come back next year as part of the budget process to talk about expanding the pilot out. And so we just haven't made that decision yet.
Well, that's kind of my point, is that it'll have hardly started by the time we're doing the budget. So I want to make sure that we have information before we decide what the next steps are.
As do I.
Does that complete your? I just have one more question and a comment, and I'll throw this out for anybody. In talking to the people at Cahoots, one of the problems that they continue to run into, even to this day, is the lack of other community support mechanisms. In other words, if they have somebody and they need to get them into the housing's not necessarily there. If they need to get them into mental health services, the mental health capacity isn't necessarily there. If they have somebody who is ready for addiction treatment, there's not necessarily a treatment bed available. What is the current status, and what is the plan with regard to working with all of our other nonprofit and agency partners to figure out the seamless transition into those services?
I can tell you, Mayor, that next month, we're going to meet with the healthcare providers and mental health providers as a collective group to basically inventory what services are out there. If you talk to folks today, most people just don't know who does what and how you connect to them. So there's also the Multnomah County 24-hour-a-day mental health number that most people don't know, the 503-944-4444 number, I think. But again, I mean, we have a lot of resources that people just don't know how to connect to. So I don't know the answer to that question today, but as we continue to build the pilot, we will have more information about how to connect people to services that exist. I also want to be very clear, in no way do we want to recreate the wheel. We don't anticipate the Portland Street Response Team either developing mental health services or housing services or anything that's outside of our field of influence. The goal is to connect people to services that exist, and do the best we can to keep people out of harm's way until we can do something better.
Yeah, that's well received, Commissioner, and I appreciate that. I see some opportunities here, I think, for collaboration with some existing platforms that are out there. I had a chance, coincidentally, to meet with Steve Allen from OHA, Oregon Health Authority, today, and much of our conversation centered around the needs in communities for addiction treatment, mental health services, crisis intervention, and how we could potentially better collaborate with the state's efforts. Mention was made of the governor's task force on mental health and some of the strategies they're going to be bringing forward. And we should be part of that process. Sharon Myron over at Multnomah County, Commissioner Sharon Myron, is doing her baseline assessment of where we are with mental health services and crisis services in the community. And in a really interesting way, all these pieces are starting to come together. And I think this is one more node or leveraging point for all of us. Tom, you have
Yeah,
a
Mayor,
comment?
one comment. I want to applaud the Fire Bureau for already thinking about coordinated care organizations and other potential partnerships. I was in one meeting in which it was clear to me that there's been a lot of thought around the data that we collect, and the case that we put together is critical for next conversations. And we know a lot anecdotally, but we don't know enough to actually approach potential partners with partnerships. So we are going to be very aware of that list and who we should be talking to next. And I think that a lot of good thinking is already going on around that.
Yeah, my point is really those tables are set, and we should join those tables rather than trying to reconvene additional tables.
Agreed.
Unless it's necessary, and in some cases it might be absolutely necessary. Then just a comment. As I'm listening to the testimony, I want to make sure that we give due accolades to our existing first responders, both in the Fire Bureau and in the Police Bureau. And I want to be very clear that there are people who are trained and highly effective in crisis intervention and crisis management currently in the Police Bureau and in the Fire Bureau. Quick story, just earlier this week, the Police Bureau and the Fire Bureau intervened in a very serious crisis intervention situation, and it's one that probably would not have gone to a street response because there was, as I understand it, a weapon involved. But the individual was in a heightened state of crisis. The individual was well known to people in the community, and they did, in my opinion, a masterful job of de-escalating that situation and resolving that situation. So I don't want any of our firefighters or any of our police officers who are listening to this to think in any way this is a judgment on them. This is not about personnel. This is about refining a system so that it better responds to the needs in the community. And I just wanted to make that point crystal clear.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hardesty,
I don't have any questions.
you want to wrap us up? And I believe, since we have to adjourn for 15 minutes until our next item, which is a time certain.
Can I make
think there's
one
an
point,
invitation.
Commissioner, before you make your final
please.
comments?
Go ahead.
I want to reiterate for people that didn't see, we have evaluation cards, unasked questions circulating in the chambers. Please, if you don't have one and you want to add a question or make a comment, please grab it. We want to reiterate, we're going to be learning in this process and we value the engagement.
Okay. Very good. I'll entertain a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hardesty, a second from Commissioner Udaly. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Udaly?
Well, look at what can happen when we bring everyone together around the same table. This is amazing. Oh my gosh, did I get twinkle fingers from there?
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I made sure that the video feed was not on me.
One of you must have gotten it. Okay. So this program is desperately needed and has been for decades. The federal government is chronically underfunding affordable housing, mental health care, and addiction services. And the state of Oregon, in particular, is failing individuals experiencing mental health and addiction issues with some of the lowest levels of service in the nation. Therefore, the city of Portland is also struggling. We're in year 10 of a housing crisis, and while it's largely driven by unaffordability of housing, when it comes to those experiencing chronic homelessness, it's also a mental health and addiction crisis. This is a pilot program, but it's already a proven response. And I have the utmost confidence that a year from now, we're going to be back here talking about expanding it and how we're going to find the funding. I love that this was a multi-bureau effort and that dozens of city staff and community members were involved in developing the program. I also love that we're leveraging existing resources by partnering with outside agencies who are already providing some of the services and supports we're going to need to connect individuals we're serving with. Civic Life was happy to assist this effort with a $15,000 grant for community engagement. Thank you, Street Roots, for your excellent implementation of that. And I see a few more opportunities to partner with and leverage resources both inside the city or at the city level and in the community. One, Commissioner Hardesty already alluded to, I think the focus on the Lentz neighborhood presents us with a really great opportunity to really zero in on that community and map the existing and potential resources in Lentz neighborhood. There are schools, churches, hospitals, and other organizations and institutions that may be willing to partner with us, and perhaps Street Response can liaise between the city and the community, although we know they're going to be real busy serving individuals. To provide better access to basic needs like hygiene, laundry facilities, and other amenities that we know these individuals are going to need. Second, my office in Peabody has been working with Hygiene for All on siting and permitting for a hospitality hub site that includes amenities such as first aid, toilets, wash stations, clothing and bedding exchange, and garbage and recycling. So I'm thinking maybe we need a hospitality hub in Lentz, and maybe that becomes a place where those individuals who want to self-refer have a place to go. And third, and I'm very happy to share this, I've just learned today that this is moving forward. It's something that I've been asking for since I got here, which was almost 3 years ago, hard to believe. Civic Life's mental health specialist, Taisha McCool-Riley, is currently conducting a beta test of mental health first aid training with city staff, and hopefully early next year, we're going to be able to offer that citywide and then eventually offer it broadly to community members. So we have a network of community members across the entire city who are more prepared to respond to people in crisis and who know what to do. So I want to offer the support of my office and Civic Life if there's any interest in connecting with those existing resources and building capacity in our communities and particularly the Lentz neighborhood. Being homeless is not a crime. Having a mental illness is not a crime. Having an addiction is not a crime. I'm happy that we are going to be decriminalizing those non-crimes and giving people a better chance to recover and succeed. I'm happy to vote aye.
Fritz. Well, thank you all for your work. I think the mayor said it well when he said that things are finally starting to come together. There's good things happening at the state with mental health care. There's excellent things happening at the county with Commissioner Dr. Sharon Myron, and I hope we will continue to partner with her, as I know you've been collaborating so far. We need to put together a system that has fewer gaps. But let's also be clear, this is not the be-all and end-all. This is a pilot project. It hopefully will be successful, although there will be challenges. Lentz is a multicultural neighborhood with many different issues, transportation being one of them. So it's going to actually give us all the opportunity to look at some of the things that have come up over many years. How do you transport people in ways that are not as expensive as an ambulance or as traumatic as a police car to services that people need? How do we get some reimbursement for the medical care that the Fire Bureau has been giving for many years? And I think for our Portland State partners, that's going to be particularly important to document, is to just how many of these responses provide medical care. And then we hopefully will be able to prove to the state and the coordinated care organizations, you need to pay us for this because you'd be paying an ambulance if you sent an ambulance. So why would we not expect some reimbursement, and why would it always be general fund that would be providing these medical services? So yeah, I'm really optimistic that this does move the ball forward, and particularly because it's been in such great partnership with the community. I really honor the work that Commissioner Hardesty and Street Roots has done. Thank you for welcoming Yesenia Correa on my staff to the process and to the community engagement process. I am hopeful. Aye. Hardesty?
Thank you, colleagues, for those very insightful remarks. Thank the panel. Each of you have given so much and been so open to doing things a bit differently, seeing things a bit differently, and just challenging ourselves to think about who would be the right first responder for the right incident at the right time. I am so proud of the work that's been done up till this point, but this is when it gets hard, right? And we're ready for it. We are the right people to do this implementation. There are really so many people that should be thanked, but I want to give a sense for the folks in the audience. There have been over 50 stakeholders that have met over the last 7 months. Kristen Johnson in my office is here somewhere She has been leading this effort in just a fabulous way, really open, making sure that we were getting all perspectives considered as we started developing this program. As of this morning, there were over 750 endorsements of the Portland Street response based on our Facebook posting, and they're still coming in every single day. There are so many people that I need to thank for this. Most of them you saw, however, on the video. But one group that I do want to call out specifically to say thank you to is the Portland Police Bureau. And people who know me are probably falling out of their chair at the moment. But let me explain why. Portland Police Bureau could have obstructed this process. Portland Police Bureau could have said, oh, no, we got this. Everything's fine. What I found from Chief Outlaw and from the officers who participated in this work group was an openness to do something different. We have not changed our first responder system since the late 1800s, and the big change we made then was going from a volunteer force to a paid force. This is revolutionary. And it could not happen without each and every one of the people who participated in this effort. Portland Police has been supportive. They've lent their experience and expertise to help us develop the most robust pilot project we could imagine. We held listening sessions talking to officers who work on the street every day, and they were clear. We don't want to take these calls. This is not the right use of our time. Mayor Wheeler, you placed a lot of confidence in me when you delegated the responsibility of moving this project forward. And I want to thank you publicly for that confidence that you placed in me. And I hope that today shows that though we can disagree on individual issues,
No, we can't.
and do, we can come together to make sure that people in our community are taken care of, and that when we say safety, we're talking safety for everyone in our community. And I want to thank you for that faith and that support, and I want to thank each and every one of you. This is not the end, this is the very beginning. In 2020, we will roll out this program, and it's my hope that we end up with 2 pilots rather than 1. But based on the resources we have, we will see. But the bottom line is, Lentz is the perfect place to roll out this pilot. And I should say that every community we talked to wanted the pilot. Every single one wanted it, and they wanted it yesterday. But Lentz is the ideal community because it's 5 miles long. There are minimal community resources available in Lentz. And as was stated earlier, call volume has increased 20% in fire management area 11. I know that that is a dedicated firehouse there, and they care passionately about that community. So we've laid out a vision for a pilot. I am so grateful that we will have Portland State University with us every step of the way. Nothing bugs me more than when people do pilots that they evaluate it at the end and you spend 6 months waiting to find out whether it worked or not, right? And so I'm thrilled that we're gonna be measuring every step of the way. This is a community effort, and I hope we have many more opportunities to not talk about individual bureaus, but talk about our vision as a city and our vision about what's possible for the people of Portland. I thank each and every one of you, and I vote aye.
Wheeler.
Well, I want to return the kindness that you extended, Commissioner Hardesty, and make no mistake about it. When we do have differences of opinion, it's always fun.
Yes.
It's always fun. And there are days when I feel like we're an old married couple and that we do argue a lot. But I think we both enjoy it, and that's what democracy is all about. But I want to say this, on this issue, there is no daylight between us. in terms of the commitment we have to this program being successful and the values behind this program. And I have never questioned the decision that I made to put you in charge of the bureaus that I put you in charge of, and I've never questioned and never will question your level of commitment to this program. I think you're doing a fantastic job, and I personally appreciate it. I also want to acknowledge the bureau directors. You know, I say this behind closed doors, and I don't say it often in public, and maybe I should. I think there is a moment in time here where we not only have the right city council, but we also have the right bureau leadership. We have people who are working together, who are collaborative, who can operate as a management team, who can troubleshoot across bureau boundaries to get stuff done that the public wants to see us get done. And this is just another of many examples that have been brought forth in front of the city council just in recent days. And so I want to acknowledge and thank all of you, because every time you come to the table and we ask you to work with us as partners on a collaborative effort, I know we're putting more on your plates. And I already know your plates are really full. And so I appreciate the level of passion, commitment, and personal sacrifice that you have endured as this process unfolds. I'm just going to say this because my colleagues have said it all before. I am very supportive of this. I'm excited about where it will lead. I know that there will be bumps in the road ahead. I know there will be. And we'll have to resolve those bumps in the road ahead. And I also acknowledge this is not a panacea for the homeless crisis that we're seeing on our streets. And I want to always remind ourselves that this is yet one more evolution, one more important step in providing services that we need to provide in the community, but it is not in and of itself a sufficient action. And I think all of us here know that. I just want to say it on the record. I vote aye. The report is accepted. We'll keep pushing forward. Why don't we take a few-minute break here? I believe there's a reception you wanted to invite us to. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We'll be meeting in the atrium downstairs to celebrate this victory.
Okay, why don't we do this, because I need to take a call anyway. Can we take like a 10-minute break, and then I want to get back to the item of the New Portlanders Policy Commission, which is a very important issue, and I want to thank those of you who are here for that discussion
Wonderful.
as well.
Mayor,
We're in
Mayor,
yeah.
before you gavel out, I made a big mistake by not thanking Multnomah County, who has been at the table with us from the very beginning. Chair Deborah Kafori, Commissioner Sharon Marin, and the entire Multnomah County Commission has been really, really supportive of this project. And I would be remiss if I did not put that on the record. Thank you.
Commissioner, we're in recess. We're back in session. Thank you, everyone. Carla, could you please read item number 1084?
Sorry. Appoint Ahmed El Zubeidi, Mohammed Bader, Blanca Gayton Farfan, Bernal Cruz Munoz, and Salome Nyenga to the New Portlanders Policy Commission for terms to expire November 21, 2022.
Commissioner Udaly.
Thank you, Mayor. Colleagues, today we are considering the appointment of 5 new members to the New Portlanders Policy Commission, which is responsible for advising the city on practices and policies to help us more effectively partner with our immigrant and refugee communities. We will hear a short presentation from Linda Castillo from Civic Life and then have an opportunity to meet each of the nominees. Linda, take it away.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, I said good morning. That's when I wrote it, I suppose. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners. My name is Linda Castillo, and I'm staff of the New Portlanders Policy Commission and Programs. Today is an important day as we seek to have 5 community members appointed to the New Portlanders Policy Commission. But before we move into that process, I'd like to share just a little bit about our immigrant and refugee community and programs. Portland is a city with much human and social capital, and we have many newcomers who've arrived in Portland seeking a new life, safe harbor, and opportunities to start a new life. We have many nonprofit and mutual aid organizations who are open and interested in collaborative partnerships and intentional relationships with government jurisdictions. Our multicultural intersectional community is relational, familial, and seeks to retain its language and cultural roots as well as be part of the Portland community and the life in the United States. Our cultural communities have much to share with the city of Portland as to what best serves immigrant and refugee communities, as well as innovative and necessary services to serve them and benefit the community to keep them well, thriving, and vibrant. The New Portlander program utilizes a practice of collaboration and interrelational work to support the development and creation of sustainability of a multicultural, intersectional foundation to engage community in civic involvement, community engagement, and the pursuit of democracy within the community and the various governmental jurisdictions. The presence and participation of immigrant and refugee community offer the opportunity for our city to be intentional in its racial justice framework and to raise the bar in cultural competence and just access to all services government has to offer. Nearly half of our public school kids go home to ethnic minority families. Many North and East Portland neighborhoods are animated by populations that double these percentages. Populations are youthful, and rates of New Portlander population growth and economic participation is dramatic. Assets such as immigrant ambition, family integrity, entrepreneurial energy, community enthusiasm for democracy are deliberately integrated into Portland's participatory system of local governance. Immigrant and community health and happiness depends upon our families participating in democracy. The New Portlanders Policy Commission researches issues, advises the city decision makers, and sets goals for newcomers integration. NPPC is one of 4 New Portlander program sectors. We offer training and information through Families Move. We offer equity and practice consultation to the bureaus and manage and support our culturally and linguistic diverse community engagement liaisons. These are skilled individuals, CELs as they're commonly known as. They've gone through our community and civic life leadership programs and now provide community engagement, outreach and facilitation services to various city bureaus and are paid for these services that they provide. All of these efforts integrate immigrant and refugee community voices and needs into the provision of city services. This is the photo of the founding New Portlanders Policy Commission members, and we have two of the co-chairs here today and another member as well. They're amazing leaders, and in the next year, we'll have additional opportunities to nominate and appoint additional commissioners, as some of these commissioners are going to be terming out of service. So hence, our commission will continue to be diverse and reflective of the Portland immigrant and refugee community.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Commissioner
Could we
Hardesty.
go back 2 slides, please?
Oops, let me see which one.
Wrong
it
way.
is. There it is. This one?
One more. Integrated by design, partnership with elected leaders and borough managers. Would you tell me again, what does that look like?
So what that looks like is we often will have our New Portlanders Policy Commission request to meet with different folks to understand various issues that are coming up in bureaus. For example, with the code change or census work or the work that the Portland Parks and Recreation might be doing. So the invitation of those particular entities to come and share more information to support the work that they're doing.
I would very much, I mentioned to the co-chairs when I first got here 11 months ago that my office has no relationship with the New Portlander Commission, and I would very much like to have one. What does an elected leader do that would actually like to have a relationship with this commission?
Yeah. What we've often done is we've reached out to staff and asked them to participate and then, report back to the commissioner. And that we still encourage. And, if there's opportunities to continue to meet with you in your office and to discuss some of the things that you're interested in, we're happy to do that as well.
Thank you.
So, speaking of new commissioners, this is the reason why we're here today, to seek the appointment of 5 individuals to the new Portlanders Policy Commission. I know that council members and the mayor have a copy of the candidates' bios, but I can share these with a broader audience so you have a better sense of who they are. So our first candidate is Ahmed Al-Zubeidi. He's a school district community liaison for the Arabic community. And as a refugee, he has utilized his skills in case management, interpretation, and coaching within the refugee community, such as URCO and Catholic Charities. He is a community leader in the Arabic community, founder of the Arabic House, and member of the Parent Advisory Committee in his children's school. He is a graduate of the Pilot and Bold leadership programs and is well known as a bridge builder and community collaborator. And for 8 years, he served as a senior correspondent with the U.S. Army in Baghdad. Another candidate we have is Mohammed Bader. He arrived in the U.S. in 1986 from Palestine and is a founding board member of the Jerusalem Israel Organization. And as a volunteer, he engages Arabic-speaking Muslims through the connection with their local community organizations. As a licensed professional counselor, he is trained to listen well. He currently serves as the Deputy Director for the Department of County Human Services, and he has significant experience leading developmental disabilities and adult protective service programs. And he's a published writer and a poet. Our next candidate is Blanca Gaitan Farfan, who arrived in the U.S. from Michoacan, Mexico, and at the age of 5. She graduated from Warner Pacific University with a background in history, political science, and sociology due to her interest in learning more about government functions and how policies affect individuals and how they can engage with government to benefit communities, to educate jurisdictions on community needs and issues. She has recently served as the Multnomah Youth Commission, the official youth policy body for the City of Portland and Multnomah County. She served as a volunteer with NYC for 3 years. And at present, she serves in the Office of Diversity and Equity and the Government Alliance for Racial Equity, or GARE, at Multnomah County. Our next candidate is Bernal Cruz Munoz, and he came from war-torn Guatemala in 1990 and identifies as a refugee and immigrant. He attended high school in Portland and received an undergraduate degree in neuropsychology from the University of Massachusetts, obtained a master's degree in social work from Portland State University, and a postgraduate certificate from Harvard Medical School in global mental health, refugee trauma and recovery. He serves on the advisory council as the president of RISE, a program serving refugees and disabilities with Disabilities, and Vice President of RAIN, an International Institute for Human Rights and Migration. He works as a case coordinator for unaccompanied children's program and offers child welfare-based recommendations for minors in the care of the federal government. And then our last but not least candidate is Salome Nanyenga, is the interim operations manager and social worker at IRCO Africa House. She has worked as an anti-poverty case manager in housing stability and is the safety coordinator there as well, and recently received her BA in social work from Portland State University. As a refugee from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, she understands the challenges communities struggle with and has informed solutions and practices to address these challenges. She's also a volunteer at St. Philip Neri Advisory Board. All right. So given that, we also have the candidates here who would like to give some brief testimonies, if that's all right. And I'll call up the first three. We'll have you come up here.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So, ladies first.
Would you like to go first? You go first. I'll go first. So my name is Blanca Gaitan Farfan, and the reason why I wanted to serve on the New Portlanders Policy Commission is because I believe in and see the value of the work that the commission does. I really like the intergenerational makeup of the group and the ability to work alongside and learn from folks who are coming from different lived experiences and different backgrounds, and working together on the issues that we see happening in our communities. I believe it's important that we have people who identify as immigrants and refugees doing the work that our immigrant and refugee communities need, and to be guiding this work and guiding those in the positions of power who are doing that work as well. I'm excited to learn the ways that the commission works, as well as learning from the background and experience that the fellow commissioners have. Just here to learn and grow together. Yeah.
Thank you. Next.
Okay. My name is Salome Nanyenga, originally from the Democratic Republic of Congo. The reason why I want to be a new Portlander Policy Commissioner is, as a new Portlander myself, I hope to be a voice of people that don't have a voice, or people, especially women. Where I came from, sometimes women are just afraid to be in the position of power. They don't want to express themselves, and so they just stay in this silo, and they don't want to say what really matters to them. I hope to advocate for them and also for immigrant and refugees community as well, and also for the neediest population. I've been here for 15 years, almost over 15 years, and I work for immigrant refugee community organization for over 13 years now. Back in 2004, when I came here, there wasn't such a thing as New Portlanders, and I was so happy and excited when I saw this happen. I knew something was really on the rise, and population like immigrants and refugees can give their voice, can say something, and commissioners can take that into consideration and see what solution they can do to that growing population. So I'm really honored and pleased to be among you, and I know I'm going to learn a lot from being on this board. And my hope is also to be a bridge in advocacy and be part of some of the many solutions that, as a team, we'll be able to work together to give solution to this growing population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having us today. My name is Ahmed Zubaydi. I'm a refugee from Iraq. I arrived in 2014 as a refugee. I work as a senior correspondent for 13 years 8 years from that, 13 years, I was like embedded as a senior correspondent with the U.S. Army in Baghdad. After 2 weeks when I arrived, I involved with the community, and I graduated from Bolt and Pilots program, and I started to be how to be a community leader and try to organize my community. Especially, I noticed they still divided because with all the experience they bring it from Middle East and divided, we have it there. So they still divided, and I try to build that bridge between them. And we success so far till now. And I work at IRCO, Catholic Charity, as a main case manager with the settlement agency. I'm being a founder for the Arabic House organization, and now we have school teaching Arabic to the kids in the community. And I like to be the bridge and between my community and you guys first, and be the bridge between them to make it strong, to create a strong community. And I hope I will success with this mission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service with the military, too.
Thank you.
It's a tough act to follow, but I bet you can.
Hello, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Go first? Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we worked a long time ago, so it's good to see you.
It's good to see you.
And commissioners, my name is Mohammed Bader. It's really quite an honor to be here. I'm just gonna stick to my script since I only have 1 minute. I came to this country in 1986 as an immigrant. I came from East Jerusalem, where there was not a lot of opportunities for Palestinian kids. There was, at that time, there was no education. I came from a very poor family. I was able to make it on the shoulders of those who received me here. Wonderful people who supported me and shepherded me through college. I was able to graduate, get a job, and I reached, the highest level of position I can get in government. So my hope is to be able to pay back and be helpful to other immigrants and refugees, help them unlock and find the way to reach to services, whether it's to reduce the fear of government or to mentor, and also to be able to advise if possible. That's one of the greatest role I can offer you or your staff or others, just to be able to provide any experience or wisdom that you may have. So I have some experience also through my work with performance management and with quality improvement and with leading. And so hopefully I can provide either the council themselves or any other person that needs that kind of help. Thank you.
Thank you.
It feels good to be in such great company. My name is Bernal Cruz, and the foundation of my work currently is basically community-based social advancement. I believe that any good for the people must come from people. I came from Guatemala in 1990. I was a teenager, and I've lived in Portland for 29 years. I've seen the changes in our city. I've seen the changing attitudes towards our demographics and diversity. I love this city, and I think that the way that we treat our most vulnerable population really is testament to the city that we want to be. I think it's fine to have ideals. I think consciously and mindfully treating policy is the best way that I can afford to do that. I'm not just honored and humbled to be here, but I'm also committed and dedicated to making improvements where they may be needed for the betterment of the community I identify with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Council, do you have comments or questions?
I have a comment. I mean, I just can't get over how amazing each and every one of these individuals are. And you're all busy, you all have other lives, you have many competing interests, and I just feel really grateful that we have people like this in the community who are willing to step forward and frankly help us and help the community. So thank you for that. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to add my appreciation for your willingness to step up. I especially appreciate hearing women talk about being from places where women don't normally speak up, right? Or have some fear around speaking up, because let me assure you that that fear is all over the planet, right? There's like nowhere in the U.S. where nowhere in the world where I think women just naturally think that they should be leaders. Women always become leaders because someone asks them to step up, right? And they always step up reluctantly. And so just want you to know that that's not an immigrant experience, that's just a female experience, right? But it's important that you have a safe place to have conversations, because I certainly know that it doesn't appear to be safe every place we go today, even in our own local community. Hate crimes are on the rise. Immigrants and refugees are facing the brunt of those new insults to our personhood. And I look forward to the advice that you will offer us. But let me challenge you right now. Challenge us. Make us do what you think we need to do, because we need to know, right? As you can imagine, lots of people give us lots of advice, but the squeaky wheel, and especially the one that shows up on a regular basis, tends to have more success, right? Don't just write us and think that, okay, we did it, we're done, because nothing works that way. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your willingness to serve. Greatly appreciate it.
Carla, would you, or actually, I have to.
Move the report.
We have a motion?
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Fritz, second from Commissioner Hardesty. Any further discussion? Carla, could you please call the roll?
Udaley?
It's been a pleasure to work with the New Portlanders Policy Commission on everything from our welcoming, inclusive sanctuary task force to our fair access and renting policy. It's important for us as a council to remember that many of the issues we deliberate on can have unique and sometimes harmful impact on our immigrant and refugee communities. And that's one of many reasons I'm so grateful for the contributions of the commission. I look forward to continuing to work with those already on the commission. I welcome our new commissioners today. And thank you, Linda Castillo. Thank you to the new commissioners for their willingness to serve. I vote aye.
Fritz?
This is really fantastic. Thank you very much for being willing to serve. Thank you to past members, current members who are with us again today for all of your service. Thank you, Teacher Ann Downing from David Douglas, for all of the work you do with the community folks. Setting up this commission in 2016 was really meaningful to me as an immigrant. I came here 40 years ago in 1979 as a temporary resident alien was how I had to fill out my tax form. Temporary resident alien. I thought it was from Mars or something. I became permanent resident in 1982 and a citizen in 1992. So next year I'll be retiring. And somebody recently asked me, are you going to go back to England? I was like, no, this is my home. So I appreciate, from a different perspective, as somebody who speaks something like American and who has a white skin, that my experience was different. And each one of us has a different experience, and that's what makes the New Portlanders Policy Commission so really important. And being able to have different communities, in some ways it was like the challenges of the Portland Commission on Disability, that different differences, same struggle. And I think that's the case also with the New Portlanders Policy Commission, that each of you has a very unique story, which adds to the richness of working together and sometimes can make it challenging to work together. And so I appreciate you being willing to step up. Thank you, Linda Castillo, for your amazing leadership of this group. And I'm very happy to accept your offer to serve. Aye.
Hardesty?
Aye.
Wheeler?
I feel like I've already spoken enough, and I think Commissioner Fritz said it best. We need the caliber of leadership that you're providing. We've probably needed it we need it more now than frankly we have probably ever needed it. So I'm glad that we have an amazing commission. Linda, I want to also extend my thanks for your leadership. I vote aye.
Before you go,
Oh,
I
sorry.
forgot one thank you,
Yeah, you
and
bet.
that is to Dora Perry, who started working with me. She's an immigrant from Nigeria who started work with me day one of being in City Hall. She's now the Equity and Inclusion Manager for the Bureau of Development Services, but her work was really foundational in setting up this committee. So thank you for letting me do a little PS.
You bet. I vote aye. Report's accepted. The appointments are approved. Thanks for your service. We really appreciate it.
Oh, I think we should have a picture.
Do you want a photo?
Yeah.
I saw a show with a camera, so
I know, I saw a show with the
let's get a good photo so we can, so the show doesn't have to go through and find all the data.
So who wants to take a picture with my camera? Sure. I never get in the picture, 'cause I mean, I'm always in the picture, but I never get a picture.
Oh, wait, you're gonna be in it. For one on the top. Which one do you want on top?
We stand next to each other all the time. Yeah. Oh, no, that's what we need. It's a coordination. Okay, and a squeeze right in here.
Say when you're taking pictures, so I can talk to my guy. Which of course leads to the quietest.
I know, right?
session we've had in months.
You can only take pictures or talk. You can only hold your stomach in or take pictures.
It's getting late. It's getting late. We still have zoning left.
Okay, you gotta have it, right?
All right, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations, thank you.
To further discussion on the Better Housing by Design recommended draft. Carla, could you please read item 1085?
Yes. Amend the comprehensive plan map, zoning map, Title 33, Planning and Zoning, Title 18, Noise Control, Title 32, Signs and Related Regulations, to revise the multi-dwelling residential designations, and base zones.
So I don't know whose idea it was to put this at the very end of the agenda after 2 long days, but it was probably mine. So to help reorient everybody on the proposals, the intent of the Better Housing by Design amendments is to expand housing options, address affordability, and improve design in Portland's multi-dwelling zones specifically. As you may recall, we held public hearings and we took testimony on Better Housing by Design back on October 2nd and then again on November 6th. As of 3:45 p.m. today, the record was closed, which means we will not be accepting any more testimony on this matter. Today, we'll be discussing and voting on the amendments to the recommended draft. So we have Project Manager Bill Cunningham, who's going to start us off to walk us through today's agenda. Welcome. Thanks for being here, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mayor, and other members of the City Council. We'll launch right into this. We don't have a lot of time. We've organized today's agenda into 3 parts. The first part is a discussion and ultimately votes on 7 major code amendments that were introduced during the November 6th City Council session. As a reminder, the major code amendments were moved as a package, but Council agreed to vote on them individually. There are also a small number of requested replacement code amendments that will need to be moved and seconded to bring them to discussion and votes. After the end of those major code amendments, our second part is focusing on separate discussions and votes on 3 map amendments. All of those were introduced during the November 6th City Council session. And then finally, the third part is a consideration of several minor or technical amendments we suggest Council consider as a group. All of these amendments are included in an amendments packet you received dated November 20th, which should replace a large packet you had received on November 6th. So that looks like this. A number of commissioners' offices have been using a somewhat summary table, so we shared that with you as well. Just to highlight, the full detailed code language that you're voting on is in the bigger packet, but I hope the table could also just summarize and make it easier to go through things. I should also mention that with the new amendments, the full amendment set that you have before you, we did share that with the public, posted it on Tuesday, and sent notice out to 600 people on our project notification list. So there's some public awareness of even the new items. With that, we'll start with part 1, which is the group of major code amendments. For each amendment, staff will come up and introduce and provide background on the amendment. We were also asked to provide staff's recommendation on each amendment, so we'll do that. And following that, the council member who sponsored the item will begin the discussion. So that's our plan.
Very good. Okay. And after the discussion on each amendment, I will ask Carla to call the vote on each amendment. I know that we said we would vote independently. There's some of these amendments that are interdependent, and I might suggest we vote on them as a package unless anybody objects. To be clear, if the vote fails for any particular amendment, it will not be a part of the amended recommended draft. I recommend that we vote on the group of minor or technical amendments as a package. And then, of course, at the end of the meeting, I'll ask you to come up again and summarize where we are and next steps. Is that relatively clear to everyone?
Yes.
If not, it will become relatively clear. So the first item includes, and we just got this large document from Carla. The first item includes 3 amendments that work together to provide an affordable home ownership option for the deeper housing affordability bonus. Bill, can you describe briefly these amendments for us?
Sure. We also have the slides up on your screens that you could follow along with. Amendment 1, we're calling those the deeper housing affordability amendments. Just to remind you, the deeper housing affordability bonus is really focused on providing a broader range, a greater number of affordable units than our standard inclusionary housing bonuses provide. At least half the units will have to be affordable at 60% of median income. And that compares to inclusionary housing, it's only 10% of units. You get more bonus, a greater scale using this bonus. The amendment would add a home ownership option to this development bonus. And one reason why we're grouping these together is because they're three pieces that work together for the same thing. Basically, there's a zoning code amendment that references Title 30, which is our affordable housing title. And Title 30 specifies the allowance that's geared towards home ownership opportunities. And then the 1C component would amend the Better Housing by Design ordinance to incorporate the Title 30 amendments and add a new exhibit. And just the basic intent is to have this deeper affordability bonus really expand its utility so that it could really help with expanding opportunities for affordable ownership housing.
Commissioner Hardesty had a question.
Sure.
So at 80% of median income for a quote-unquote affordable house, median income in the Portland Metro is what, around 88,000 now? So affordable at 80% would be what, about 75,000 that somebody would have to make before they would qualify for affordable housing option?
Those are good questions. I am deferring to Matthew Schubold with the Housing Bureau, and he could also explain why this 80% level for ownership housing could be useful as part of this bonus.
Good afternoon. For the record, Matthew Schubold with the Portland Housing Bureau. So, Commissioner, to answer your first question, for currently 80% area median income households earn between $49,280 up to around $70,000, depending on household size. So a household size of 1, it would be around $50,000 up to $70,000 for a household size of 4.
Up to what?
$70,000.
So is that Portland specific or is that the Portland metro area?
It's the Portland metro area. That's how HUD establishes the median income levels.
So the last time we had a presentation from the Housing Bureau, it was right around $80,000 for a family of 4. So unless it changed radically, it still must be, let's just assume your number is correct, right? So let's just say, what did you say, 70 for a family of 4?
70,000 for a household of 4.
Yeah, I know that's low, but let's just take your 70 figure. So if it's 70 and they have to have 80% of $70,000 in order to quote unquote qualify for this affordable unit, they would have to make about $60,000 in order to qualify. Is that correct?
No. So I think you and I are saying the same thing, Commissioner. So the 100% of the area median income is the $88,000.
Yeah,
the
that's
number I gave is the 80% level, so $70,000.
Okay,
yes.
we are in sync. I was like, I don't know what happened. It couldn't have changed that drastically that quickly. So my point is that let's not pretend this is affordable, right? So my question is, why call it affordable? Why don't we just say 80% of the median family income rather than calling it affordable? Because I think what we're doing is setting up false expectations that working people will be able to actually be able to buy a house with that wording.
So I think, wording aside, the 80% of the median income is, so there's a few reasons that we're requesting the amendment. And so one is our nonprofit partners who do multifamily home ownership, either townhomes or condos, their target income levels are usually somewhere between 50% of the median income up to 80 or 100% of the median income, just in terms of their work, not in terms of necessarily what the Bureau funds. And what they have told us is that a couple of reasons that this bonus could be valuable. So one is that for those that do permanent affordability, so for Habitat for Humanity or Proud Ground, who maintain affordability for the life of the building, and it's sold to income qualifying families on subsequent sales, that they like to work with families to do wealth creation, and they like to make sure that the families can increase their income and still be eligible to stay in this permanent affordable home. And so going up to 80% alleviates some of their concerns. The second reason, one of the second big reasons when we talk with our nonprofit partners is it can be challenging to finance kind of a townhome or condo structure for households at 40 or 50% of the median income, which they do want to try and serve those households with regard to home ownership. And by also having some higher income households and higher sales price units, it helps to cross-subsidize. And so they may have some 80% units for sale, which allows them to sell below 50% of the median income. And so that is part of the reason that the Bureau is requesting this amendment, is that it is currently it aligns with a lot of our other homeownership programs that the Bureau administers, and it's something that our nonprofit partners would support.
What I know about inner Northeast Portland, where we have the home ownership opportunity as the first right to return, is that when people are even if they're at 60,000, 70,000, people have other issues that they have to work through, which is why rather than having a whole lot of home ownership opportunities, what we've found is what we've had maybe 4 in 3 years in that project, and at the right of first return in inner Northeast Portland. So my concern is just that when we say affordable at 80%, that's just not true. It's just not affordable for working people unless they're working 3 jobs and have no kids. So
Fair.
Right, that's just my humble opinion, but thank you.
Very good. All right. Personally, I appreciate these amendments. I support them. I think they'll help expand access and also affordable ownership opportunities for people. If you don't mind, colleagues, I'd like to recommend we vote on amendments 1A, 1B, and 1C on the first page of this, as these are interdependent amendments. Does anybody object to that? Very good. Carla, could you please call the roll on 1A, 1B, and 1C?
Udaley?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Hardesty?
Mayor, I didn't object, so I vote no.
Wheeler?
Aye. The amendments are adopted. Next up is Amendment 2, which amends the affordable housing parking exemption. Bill, would you please describe this amendment?
Sure. Let's pull up the slide again for Amendment 2. This amendment would be exempting an existing affordable housing, expanding an affordable housing exemption for parking. Currently, if you're within 500 feet of frequent service transit lines, that's about 1/10 of a mile. Projects that include affordable units through the inclusionary housing program are exempt from providing parking. And the intent of this amendment is the same reason why we have that exemption, which is to help reduce costs associated with providing parking as part of compact development to really support the ability to get housing projects that include affordable units. Some things to consider. This exemption, this parking exemption would primarily be applying to the multi-dwelling and mixed-use zones, which is where we have our inclusionary housing programs. 95% of those zones are within a quarter mile of frequent service transit. So pretty much all those zones, nearly all of it is within a walking distance of transit. We did do an analysis looking at development feasibility, and one thing that came out of it was that parking requirements do affect the feasibility of projects with affordable units. When we're modeling some of our development allowances, for the most part, inclusionary housing projects weren't doing so well economically. That was when we were including parking with all our projects or our modeling. When you took parking out, inclusionary housing developments actually did pencil and actually became fairly attractive to do. What we found is whether or not you're requiring parking definitely plays into the feasibility of projects that include affordable units. Basically, what this amendment would do would be to apply the frequent service transit affordable housing parking exemption to any affordable housing project citywide in those zones. But again, they're not exactly citywide. They're usually near our transit lines. Currently, the exemption, if you're outside of that frequent transit buffer, there's some reduction in parking requirements, but there's not a total exemption for all units for those projects. So basic bottom line is this would apply the same parking exemption that currently applies very close to frequent transit in all the multi-dwelling and mixed-use zones.
Commissioner Fritz.
When back in Mayor Hales's administration, we looked at parking minimums for multifamily housing, and there was a study done that showed how many residents of these buildings actually own a car, even if there is not parking. Can you remember what that number was?
From what I recall from that study, it was something like, and the total study was both affordable and private sector development, and something like 70+% of residents owned parking, or owned cars rather.
Yeah, that was the number I remember too, so I just wanted to check that. So where would those cars get parked if there isn't any parking minimum?
A couple things. One thing to remember is the amendment would not be disallowing parking, it would be making parking optional. A number of projects, especially in East Portland, even when parking is not required, includes some parking. But basically, this amendment would leave it to the market in terms of whether they would provide parking. But there is a trade-off, at least in the current situation with people owning cars, there would be more people parking on the street. The city's approach from the mixed-use zones project was to focus on managing on-street parking demand through things like permit parking programs when parking becomes an issue. We also, of course, have climate action plan goals where within the lifetime of these buildings, the intent is that we're moving to a future over the next 20 years where we will be less dependent on cars. So what we build today, of course, feeds into the kind of environment we'll have 20 years from now.
Well, except that part of what we want to do is to move to electric vehicles, and if there's nowhere to park an electric vehicle, there's nowhere to plug it into.
That's true. I should mention, even where we do not require parking, there is a large proportion of projects that include parking. So if we have another project that's looking at electric vehicle parking and the ability to support that, but it does not make the presumption that every housing project would have it. But when parking is provided, the thinking is that it should support electric vehicles, but that project hasn't really envisioned a future where we would anticipate that everyone will have that.
Thank you.
Your economic analysis showed that on the margin, the parking requirement could be the difference between whether an affordable housing project is viable or not. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. That analysis is showing that with parking being provided for units, it tended to be that the expensive townhouse type configurations tended to win out. When parking was not included, the surprising finding was that an inclusionary housing projects, a mixed income housing with some units at 60% area median income actually was the most attractive. So you went from a situation where with parking, inclusionary housing wasn't penciling out very well to without parking, that inclusionary housing project became the most attractive economically to pursue. So yes, there's a strong linkage to the parking requirements and what would likely be built.
Yeah, and I'm not unsympathetic to what Commissioner Fritz is saying, but I guess on balance, where I came down on this is the need right now, the crisis is around housing and housing affordability, and the extracts from this study were pretty compelling to me. Any
Mayor?
further
Yeah.
question, Commissioner Daly?
I just want to make a few points on this item. Number one, low-income households are less likely to own cars and more likely to walk, bike, or take transit. Number two, developers are in the business of selling units. So depending on who they are catering to through their development, they are going to include parking if parking is a necessary amenity for their kind of target audience. And three is we're not at capacity with street parking. You may not be able to park in front of your house anymore. You may have to park a block or two away. Given that requiring parking means eliminating units and these other factors, I'm very inclined to support this.
Any further discussion? Carla, could you please call the roll on Code Amendment 2?
Daly.
Mr. Cunningham, I just want to thank you for walking me through my proposed amendment last week and helping me realize it. While I think the aspiration was good, it didn't really achieve better outcomes than the amendment as is. So I'm happy to support the mayor's amendment. I vote aye.
Fritz.
Appreciate the thoughtful discussion. I know that low-income families often need a car to be able to get to their jobs after hours because the transit doesn't run, and in some parts of the city there isn't on-street parking, and there's no sidewalks between where there is parking and where the residence is. So I regretfully vote no.
Hardesty.
I have no hesitation about voting yes in favor of this amendment number 2. While I do believe that at some point poor folks will be able to buy electric cars, I just can't imagine it being on the top 500 of their list of things they desperately need right now. So I think this is a good compromise, and I vote aye.
Wheeler.
And I just want to remind people that this does not preclude a developer from including parking should they decide that that's what the market will bear. It does not require them to. I vote aye. The amendment's adopted. Next up is amendment number 3, which would disallow development bonuses from being used on sites where a historic building has been demolished. Bill, would you like to describe this amendment? And then I want to offer Commissioner Fritz the opportunity to talk about this amendment as well.
Thank you.
Sure. Amendment 3, we have a slide for that one. This amendment would disallow the use of bonuses or FAR transfers on sites where an historic building has been demolished. And this would apply in both the multi-dwelling and mixed-use zones. The intent is to prevent the development bonuses and transfer allowances from serving as an incentive for the demolition of historic buildings. One piece of background is currently in the multi-dwelling zones, there is no limit to the use of bonuses or transfers in historic districts. So currently, they are allowed. Some considerations is that National Register historic districts, such as the Alphabet Historic District in Northwest and Kings Hill, any demolitions in those National Register districts or National Register landmarks require City Council approval. It does not happen very often. Northwest District hasn't had a single historic demolition in the last 20 years. However, we also have locally designated historic resources, including locally designated conservation districts, such as the Mississippi Historic District. And those locally designated districts only have a demolition delay. They do not have the same demolition review and by city council or staff that could say no to a demolition. That being said, I should mention that we have an upcoming project, the Historic Resource Code Project, which is updating our historic preservation regulations, and they are considering applying a demolition review procedure to those locally designated conservation and districts and landmarks. So very briefly, in terms of the staff recommendation, we do not support this as written. We understand the concern about demolition. We do feel that the appropriate place for limiting demolition is through demolition review. Already in the central city, we have pretty major zoning entitlements, but demolition review has been pretty successful at preventing demolitions. So we do think that the Historic Resource Code update and in strengthening those demolition review procedures for the local districts would be the way to go. But again, that's our perspective.
Commissioner Fritz?
And just to clarify, it says has been demolished in the last 10 years, or that includes will be demolished as a result of?
Yes, the regulations are written so that you can't use a bonus if a historic resource has been demolished over the last 10 years, and that includes the concurrent with any application.
Okay. So yesterday we heard a very compelling presentation on the completion of the Continental Railroad, at which the statement was made, "A generation that ignores its history has no past and no future." And now we've just heard that there are protections in Northwest District that are not present in some of the in the other districts, such as Mississippi, Elliott, some of the other close-in Albina neighborhoods.
Correct.
And that all you get there is demolition delay, which unless the community can raise the money to buy the building and move it, it's not going to, the building's going to get delayed. So until the Historic Resources Code project is done, it would seem to me to be prudent to adopt this resolution. If it turns out we have alternative methods of protecting historic resources after that project is done, then we can reconsider this. But for right now, this is the only thing that's standing between these historic buildings getting demolished in some districts. And I'm very concerned about the incentives for demolition with bonuses and transfers. And also remember that many of these buildings are the naturally affordable housing, naturally occurring affordable housing. These are some of the big old housing that's already been subdivided into smaller units. And so to provide an incentive to get rid of those and then something, whatever's going to go in is going to be more expensive, doesn't seem prudent either.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Hardesty?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Fritz, for your proposal. I agree that many of those naturally affordable units are also URM buildings, which means that, in my view, if there's an opportunity to make those buildings safe for low-income people, I would be a big fan of doing that. So I'm not feeling the need to support this amendment at this time.
Mayor.
Commissioner Udaley?
I really appreciate the intent of this amendment. I do think with the National Historic Properties, we have enough of a safeguard in place, right? It's a council decision. I am concerned about the locally designated historic resources. I'm unclear about the process in which something becomes designated historic or contributing. So I'm nervous about implementing a blanket policy because, as Commissioner Hardesty mentioned, there may be some buildings that need to come down, and I wouldn't want to deny that property owner a benefit that everyone else gets. But I do like the idea of, I do agree that there may be an incentive to take solid buildings down, and that's not, I don't think that's what any of us want. So other than strengthening our policies around the locally designated historic resources, do you see any way we could craft an amendment here that would give them more protection?
The amendment could be modified so that it provides an allowance where you could use a bonus if a development or a building has been demolished through demolition review. So that would disallow, let's say, a resource in a conservation district from being demolished because there is no currently any demolition review. So you could potentially modify the code language that exempts projects approved through demolition review, which, again, we don't have right now for conservation districts. So that would allow, for example, in the central city or a National Register district, if the city council did decide that a demolition was warranted, you would be able to use the bonus with the new housing that came in. But at least as an interim basis, it would prevent conservation district demolitions.
There'd be
from
no
being used.
avenue there for the conservation district buildings.
Yeah, currently there is no demolition review procedure for the local conservation districts.
Well, and so that's my other concern. Like, say someone has a building, it's worth $1 million, but it's going to cost $1.5 million to upgrade. I think it requires, it's not safe. I mean, this is obviously just a hypothetical. I don't feel like that person should be penalized for taking a building down that they really can't reasonably preserve.
There's no evidence in the record that all of these buildings are unreinforced masonry.
Oh, I'm not suggesting that, no.
Right. Well,
Absolutely
that
not.
was kind of how it was characterized.
But I'm just saying, if we put this blanket restriction on the locally designated historic resources, there will be circumstances where really the most reasonable path forward is taking down the building and building a new building, but then that property owner or developer won't have access to benefits, which I think they should receive, because
Right, so what I'm suggesting is do this for now until we get that upgrade to the historic resources protection.
when
And-
would that happen?
The Historic Resources Code is going to City Council, I understand, in summer of 2020. This regulation by these Better Housing but Design amendments would come into effect if it's approved on March 1st of 2020. So if you did not put in a protection, there'd be a little bit of a gap between the Better Housing but Design regulations that come into effect March 1st, and you would be seeing the Historic Resource Code amendments in the summer.
In the summer, we would have an opportunity to revise this amendment then? Create a new policy that would supersede it, I guess?
Or it could result in strengthened demolition review for the conservation districts.
Commissioner, would you accept a suggested amendment to your amendment that we focus this on locally designated historic resources, because the National Historic Resources, we
I'd
have.
have to check with legal counsel. We're
Okay.
already in the vote.
No, we haven't.
No, we're not.
Yet. We're in discussion.
Are we still in the discussion, or are we
Yeah.
already
Yeah,
in
you're
the vote?
discussing, Carla hasn't called the roll on the
No.
amendment yet.
Not on this one yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
I do have a question as you're contemplating that amendment, unless you have a response.
I just want clarification, so we would add where a historic building in a conservation district.
Staff has come up with some language that would disallow these demolitions in conservation districts in conjunction with the use of bonuses. It's not exactly the wording you just mentioned, but it would have the same
Could I
effect.
make a suggestion? Because we obviously don't want to be here all night. Could we have you draft something? Could we move on from this?
Yeah, I
Have you
appreciate
draft
the
something
suggestion.
and then
We-
bring it back?
we actually
again
have some
for
draft language
discussion?
right now,
You already
if-
have
if you
draft.
did
All
want
right,
to.
what do you have?
Why didn't you say so? Mayor,
I have nothing to do
You,
with
in
that.
fact, have any cheese here at all? Sorry, it was one of my favorite Monty Python skits. Okay.
So unfortunately, we have not had the conversation yet about the racist history of housing policy in the city of Portland.
Thank you.
And so moving forward, protections to protect historic anything without that historic context, I find a little disingenuous. Not that I'm suggesting any of my colleagues are being disingenuous, but I think it's out of context to what it is we're trying to build. And I just feel like if we are solidifying status quo in place without actually having the context of our history and how we got to these lovely historic districts in the first place, then we're going to miss the opportunity to do this right. And so I am open to any suggestion that actually both helps us move forward, but does not ignore the racist housing policy issue that has created these historic districts that we're now talking about protecting so that they don't have to see change. I'm just not into that. So what is the recommendation from staff about how do we center this conversation in some knowledge around what our history has been around housing policy in Portland?
I might mention, and to clarify, these amendments would only affect the multifamily and mixed-use zones. In a lot of the racist history of zoning, single-family zoning had been used as an exclusionary tool. So what we're discussing here are places where we have existing apartments that are part of the historic fabric. So that's places like the Northwest District, And that area actually has higher portions of lower income households than the citywide average because there's so many apartments. Another thing to be aware of is the conservation districts are the districts that are most vulnerable to demolition. And all the conservation districts were created as part of the Albina Community Plan. So they include resources that were important to the history of the African American community. So preserving those multifamily type structures or that development in the multifamily zones has a very different effect than, say, if you're thinking about an Eastmoreland type place that was part of reinforcing single family as the only housing type. So this would be affecting a different sort of housing, and it'd be especially affecting the conservation districts in the Albina Community Plan.
Is it not true they got their historic designation as single-family homes, and over the years, as those homes have been sold off, they've been divided into these tiny apartments?
Those areas do include houses, and they include houses that have been divided into multiple units. That's true.
I mean, another issue to be cognizant of in that regard is that there are still a lot of African American property owners in those neighborhoods. And if we take away a benefit from them when they want to redevelop their property, although it may be, we may have the best intentions about preserving historic buildings, it becomes really problematic really quickly when we tell, certain property owners that they're not entitled to benefits that we're giving the rest of them. So I just want to appreciate how complicated it is, that we really want to keep all our good old housing, whether it's a big single-family home that could be divided internally, or an existing multifamily property. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look at.
Yeah, I appreciate your suggestion. I appreciate the staff putting this together. I'd like to I move to substitute this as my amendment 3.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Fritz, a second from Commissioner Udaly. So, Commissioner, just to be very clear, you are withdrawing amendment number 3 and replacing it by the language that we have on this page.
Yes, City Attorney, do we need to vote to substitute?
You don't need to vote to substitute the amendment.
No,
I think
she's
just
already- she's
withdrawing.
withdrawing.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
withdrawing
you're
it.
just
I'll put this
withdrawing,
one
you
on the
moved and
table.
seconded, so it's on the table, and
Great.
then the other amendment 3 is no longer on the table.
And then we can vote on this.
And now you can vote on new, we'll call it, is it, Carla, new amendment 3, or I don't?
Yeah, it's new amendment 3.
Sure, all right.
And
Opposed to classic 3.
Mr. Cunningham, could you perhaps nutshell this substitute amendment, just because it's written in very technical language, and
Sure.
what are we achieving here?
This amendment, it disallows the use of bonuses and transfers if you're demolishing an historic resource, with some exceptions. And the exceptions include, if there's been a fire, a catastrophic fire, you could build with the bonuses. If there's an accessory structure like a garage that was removed, you'd be able to use bonuses. And with the change, if there was a demolition review, so say City Council approves some demolition, there's a good reason for it, then you could use the bonus. And that would apply in conservation districts as well. You could only demolish if you've gone through a demolition review procedure. So that would put some safeguards in place that don't currently exist for those conservation districts.
Very good, okay. Thank you.
If I could add, Tom Armstrong from BPS. And what that sets us up is, as part of the Historic Resources Code project, we can create that demolition review for conservation districts so that they can become eligible for those bonuses in the future.
So for 3 months, there won't be an avenue in the locally designated historic resources until we come back with this new policy in the
Correct.
summer? Okay.
Yeah.
That seems like a really reasonable compromise.
Any further discussion on the new 3? Please call the roll, Carla.
Udaley?
I want to thank my colleagues for the discussion and for city staff for being anticipating.
We're thinking.
I want to thank Commissioner Fritz for raising this issue and being willing to kind of adapt on the fly. I'm very satisfied with this. I vote aye.
Fritz?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Daly, for making the suggestion and for supporting this. Who says you can't make code by committee? And thank you very much to staff for doing this. This is actually why it's perfect to schedule this for nearly 5 o'clock on a Thursday, Mayor, because zoning and the zoning code is fascinating and everybody can get into it. Thank you. Aye.
Hardesty? Aye. Wheeler?
I will support this now based on the recommendation of staff and Commissioner Fritz. But I want to make it very clear that the development of the demolition review procedures for conservation districts and local landmarks as part of the upcoming Historic Resources Code project is going to weigh heavily on whether I continue to support this on an ongoing basis. So I look forward to that. I think strengthening demolition review is the appropriate way to address these issues. The City Council still serves as an important backstop against demolitions. And as was noted by staff, that's something that is rarely done. But my overall objective will be to continue to provide flexibility, but with the accountability of the council stepping in the way of somebody potentially taking out contributing or important historic resources. I will vote aye. New Amendment 3 is passed. Code Amendment number 4, which would disallow development bonuses from being used on sites more than a 1,500-foot walking distance from frequent transit. Bill, can you go ahead and describe this amendment?
Sure, we have a slide on this one as well, Amendment 4. And Mayor, you described it exactly as it's intended to be written. This would be disallowing the use of bonuses or FAR transfers if you're more than a 1,500-foot walking distance, about a quarter mile from frequent transit. It would apply in both the multi-dwelling and mixed-use zones. And its intent is to ensure that the greater scale you get through these approaches happens in areas that are well served by transit. Now, just a few considerations. As this regulation is being written, it's a walking distance, so measuring by the street system. And about 89 to 93% of our multi-dwelling and mixed-use zones are within that distance, so that the vast majority of that zoning is quite close to transit. From a walking distance perspective. I should also mention that this would therefore mean that most properties could still use bonuses, but something to consider is there'd have to be more documentation that you're within that 1,500-foot distance. Something to be aware of too is that inclusionary housing would still be mandatory for any building with 20 or more units. So they would be on the hook for providing affordable units, but would not be able to gain or use the development bonus for inclusionary housing. The map I have on the screen right now, sorry, it's somewhat saturated, but the very, very dark yellow here is showing areas within that quarter mile distance. The gray tones are the mixed use and multifamily that are within that distance. And then the primarily blue and some red is showing areas that are outside of that distance. So it's only about 10% of that zoning, and includes some places in outer East Portland, and Gleason and Halsey, Bridgeton up near Hayden Island, and scattered areas in Southwest. Those properties would not be able to use development bonuses. The way the regulation's written is that in the inner neighborhoods, you would not have to go through a special review procedure because we have a very tightly knit transit system in those areas. But there are more gaps in the transit system in East and West, and they would need to document that they're within that walking distance. So even if most projects could use the bonus, there'd be more process involved with documentation. Something to consider too is most of the bonuses are for affordable housing. Up to now, we haven't had a big run for inclusionary housing bonuses. So at least up to now, we haven't had a problem of affordable housing projects using bonuses broadly in the city. So up to now, it has not been a huge problem. So with that, staff does believe, given the placement of the mixed-use and multi-dwelling zoning close to transit, we don't support additional process or an amendment that would require the documentation of being within that distance.
Very good. Commissioner Fritz?
So that map is really illustrates a core planning principle, is that you want to have more homes where they're going to be close to or be able to get to grocery stores, schools, parks, and jobs. So, as was mentioned, only this wouldn't apply to 93% of the projects, which would still be allowed to use the bonus. This is trying to get at, let's not put people, especially, or let's not put more people. We've already got enough capacity and they can still use the increased amount of housing that the rest of this project allows, because we're not counting units per square foot anymore. They can still do that, but let's not put even more housing where there's no ability to have your basic needs met, except by driving.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Were you done, Commissioner Fritz?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for that. I will say, I guess the question is, do we anticipate public transit improvements taking place while we're building affordable housing? Since most of the building will take place in East Portland, I can tell you that there's a lot of people that don't live within 1,000 feet of public transit. I can tell you that there are people that don't live where there are actual sidewalks, right? But I also know that developers want to get the cheapest land they can possibly get, and they will buy that land regardless of whether or not it's close to a public transit center. So the question, so we're planning both the assumption that there'll be more people moving here, we need more housing at various income levels, and we will need more public transit. So I'm not understanding why we would want to exempt that process, because I think just like housing expands, transit expands.
Yeah, but I think you're making my point that we want to put more homes on the corridors where there is eventually going to be a better transit. But look how long it took to get a bus on 162nd.
Well, I'm not even thinking major. I'd love to have buses that went south-north, right? But that's not my current reality. But I also know that if they're going to expand, it's not just going to be like on Burnside or on the major streets. There will be buses that will be going through neighborhoods like they do today. In some neighborhoods, granted, not in mine.
Or mine.
Right? So I just think that if we're thinking about growth, we have to think about all the growth that will happen over the life of this process, right? So we're talking about the next 20 years. I know we continue to put pressure on TriMet that, they're just not doing enough to ensure that there's affordable public transit for folks who need it. And so for me, that's just kind of where I am at the moment. You say I'm making your point, but I don't understand how I made your point.
Because if you allow more housing where it is close to transit or transit corridors, even if they're not frequent transit, then that's going to have more ridership. If you allow and encourage developers to put more people where they're not near transit and they're not going to be able to get to transit, they're going to have to drive.
Well, even if that were true, right now the vast majority of our multi-dwelling units and mixed-use zoning is already located along the
So I'm just
transit
saying, let's not
corridors
put
in
them.
the centers.
So let's not add density where it's not.
But why would we limit ourselves? I don't understand. If we believe that we are in a housing crisis, why? It seems to me we need to find ways to increase the amount of workforce and lower income housing, not put restrictions and limitations on the ability to build it.
Because we're also in a climate crisis and we need to stop people from driving.
Commissioner Udaley. Transportation Commissioner Udaley, what do you have to say on this report?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I just have a few comments. I really appreciate your intent. Very concerned about the potential impact on IZ developments. Two, density drives decisions like where to locate a grocery store or whether to add a bus line. So I do get nervous about restricting density in areas that are currently underserved because we we're constantly faced with the challenge of serving the immediate needs of our community and kind of planning for the future city. So, and then the third thing again, and I hope most people know, I'm not a real big fan of saying that the market will take care of it when it comes to housing, because largely
Just
I
a sec,
don't.
let me get the video.
But, these guys aren't dummies, guys and gals, sorry, aren't dummies. And I think they are likely to build the kind of housing for their target audience, where they would want to live, and people who are looking for housing are going to be looking and need bus lanes and need nearby amenities are going to look elsewhere. So I'm not inclined to support this one.
All right, why don't, anything else? Last word, Commissioner Fritz? Why don't we call the roll on this, please, Carla? Call the roll on amendment number 4.
Udaly.
No.
Fritz.
Our house is on fire, and we, in adopting this, as I recognize it will be, are putting more people where they'll be in harm's way when we already have an unprecedented number of deaths on our streets. Aye.
Hardesty.
No.
Wheeler.
No, the amendment fails. Next up is Amendment 5, which would remove allowances for 100-foot tall buildings in the RM4 zone in historic districts. Bill, would you describe this particular amendment?
Yes, this concerns an existing regulation where within 1,000 feet of light rail stations, 100-foot building height is allowed in the RH, now becoming the RM4 zone. The intent of disallowing this height is to prevent new development from being out of scale with historic districts and their context. It's just some considerations is that this is a height allowance, but it's still subject to Historic Landmarks Commission review, so it's not a given that you would actually be able to build to that height. However, no, there have been no new buildings in historic districts that have used this allowance. Just wanted to have a couple images showing the area we're talking about. It's not a large area. It's 10 blocks, primarily in the Alphabet Historic District and a little bit of Kings Hill. This diagram in the blue is showing where you have non-historic properties where you could build to the 100-foot allowance. These are areas where the historic fabric really tops out at about 5 stories. There is a 12-story building in that area, but it's not an historic building. In terms of where staff's recommendation is, we are fine with this amendment. We don't think it'd have much of an impact, especially since it doesn't affect the amount or the housing capacity in the area. You have the same housing capacity, it just regulates how large the building can be. But that's what we have as staff's recommendation.
I'm sorry, I'm not tracking that last statement. If we don't build higher, how do we have the same housing capacity?
The amount of building floor area is the same.
Oh,
And
I
so
see. Yeah,
if you
yeah.
actually wanted to build to 100 feet, you could only build on half of the site and you'd have to go really tall.
It's the FAR, yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
the
I got
floor
it.
area allowed is what regulates how much building floor area, and the height is independent from that. The usual height from this area is 75 feet or 7 stories. When you get to 100 feet, it pushes you into steel and concrete construction, which is pretty expensive. So there's a reason why that scale isn't pursued an awful lot.
Oh, interesting.
Anything else to add to that,
The
Commissioner
only thing
Fritz?
to add is that this language was in the original proposed draft, and so, and as was just mentioned, it's going to promote less expensive buildings.
So I'll take a contrarian view, just so it's fun, and we feel that democracy has been fully exercised. So in an historic district, we have the Landmarks Commission, which can view the question of compatibility, right? I mean, so one could argue there may be some situations or cases where a taller building is appropriate. And this would preclude that even if the Landmarks Commission themselves conclude that it's appropriate. And so again, I'll ask the question, why, since staff is either supportive or at least neutral on this, why would you support limiting our flexibility on this matter, since there is still a check and a balance to prevent, let's be honest, crappy architecture?
I think our recommendation is more leaning towards the neutral side, based on Commissioner Udaley's question about you can still achieve the FAR in that 75 or 85-foot building, but you are correct, Mayor, that we are precluding even an architect trying to make the case that if I go up this high and I set back the penthouse and I do a little bit more, that I can come up with a compatible building. Yes, we are, this amendment would preclude that opportunity. But I think it's fair to characterize staff's recommendation as being more neutral, that we're not going to undermine our housing capacity because we see a way to achieve the same level of FAR.
Okay, thank you.
Wasn't this at the request of the Historic Landmarks Commission?
The Landmarks Commission provided testimony against this 100-foot height allowance.
Against this? For my
they
amendment.
wanted- Correct.
For my amendment
Yes.
against the 100. Because
Yes.
what happens, colleagues, having been here, developers bring, they appeal when the Historic Landmarks Commission says no, and then you, who will be continuing on, are put in a very difficult position of trying to be both historic preservation experts and design reviewers, and making a decision about, is this a nice building or is it not a nice building? And so the Historic Landmarks Commission felt that having a more realistic height would set realistic expectations.
All right, sounds like we've had anything else anybody wants to add? Carla, please call the roll.
Udaley?
Again, I appreciate the intent of this amendment. I prefer to leave some flexibility for developers, and want to note that 100 feet is the current height limit, and we've seen few, if any, buildings actually built to the full height. I vote no.
Fritz?
I hope you all remember me when you get those appeals.
It's my favorite part of the job, Commissioner Fritz.
I'm sorry. That was a, for
I said
Fritz.
yes.
Yes, thank you. Hardesty? No. Wheeler?
No, the amendment fails. Code Amendment 6 regarding indoor common areas. Commissioner Fritz, I understand you'd like to withdraw this amendment and propose to replace it with a revised set of amendments?
Yes.
Very good. And we'll need a motion and a second for each of your replacement amendments unless you want to bring them as a package.
No, they're kind of deliberately not a package. They're kind of a suite.
Okay, very good.
And this is in response to the testimony we heard about it being difficult to do indoor open space because that takes away capacity for housing. So the first amendment is for large sites to require that large sites, which is 20,000 square feet, proposed for development with larger multi-dwelling structures with 20 or more units, include an indoor common area of 300 square feet, which is the size of our personal offices about. Not the whole office suite, but just your own personal office. And it also exempts that indoor common area from FAR calculations. So it's we actually modeled this based on what we heard with bicycle parking, that where we are encouraging or requiring common indoor bicycle parking, secure bicycle parking, that doesn't count towards the FAR calculation. And we also added the amendment about the larger multifamily structures to address the habitat issue of where it's a condo, but they're actually single-family structures. So we're talking about traditional apartments where there's 20 or more units to require this small common indoor area, because it seems to me that people should have common spaces just as much as bicycles.
Anything to add, Phil? I think Commissioner Fritz characterized the new amendment well. Really, the key difference between the earlier amendment was this is only going to apply to projects that include large buildings with 20 more units. Those larger type buildings more frequently have things like lobbies or building management that could help manage indoor common area. This would only be triggered on sites more than 20,000 square feet, so at least a half downtown block. Just so you know, the overall requirement is that 10% of site area on these large sites could be common area. And this indoor space requirement would be part of that. Just to clarify where we were with Better Housing by Design, part of the context is that in our discussions with community members, there was interest both in outdoor common area and indoor common area as something that could help support livability year-round. Currently, if you're providing indoor recreation space, it doesn't count at all towards any outdoor recreation space requirements. So the key Better Housing by Design change was to allow that to count, but it was an option, not a requirement. So that's the difference with this amendment. Would it be more than an option for for development of large buildings? It would be a requirement.
Any further discussion?
Would somebody,
Commissioner Fritz?
would somebody second?
Oh, I'll second.
Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Yeah, we have a motion. Commissioner Fritz, a second from Commissioner Udaly.
Yeah, I mean, this whole project is started 20 years ago, looking at how do people live in these large multifamily structures. And one was the recognition that kids are playing in the parking lot, so we're now requiring some common outdoor space. But then also looking at, especially with climate change, we are going to be having hotter summers and colder winters, and that families are going to need maybe a ping pong table inside or a place to have a birthday party if they're very small units.
All right, are we ready to call the roll on 6A? Okay. Thanks, Carl.
Udaly?
No.
Fritz?
So again, we're requiring common indoor space for bicycles, and this would require common indoor space for people. Aye.
Hardesty?
So I live in East Portland where the kids play in the parking lot because there is no outdoor or indoor space that is safe and reliable for kids. And I greatly appreciate Commissioner Fritz bringing this amendment forward, and I vote yes.
Wheeler?
I think it's important to provide community space as an option, but I'm reluctant to make it a requirement. I hear what the commissioner is saying, Commissioner Fritz. I get it, but I don't think it should be a requirement, so I vote no. The amendment fails. Next item, 6B.
Sorry, Lauren, that was a tie.
So it fails.
So it fails.
So the amendment fails.
It fails, okay.
Yeah. So my next amendment is to say that,
By the way, just as an FYI, any amendment that fails tonight on a tie vote, Commissioner Fish obviously could not be with us. It's my understanding from legal counsel, if Nick gets back and he decides he wants to support something that went down on a tie vote, then we could revisit it and have that vote.
that's good to know. Thank you.
And does that mean that we would have to, one of us would have to change our vote in order to reintroduce
No,
it?
I was told no, just because.
No, it's not an ordinance, it's an amendment.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Thank you, that's helpful.
Good.
Yeah, that's
All right,
good.
cool. Thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. So the second one is on the next page, and that's to limit the maximum percentage that can be indoor common area to 25%. It just seems to me that allowing 50% of it to be inside takes away what the intent was, is to have a reasonably sized area outside for kids to run around, for the community members to enjoy nice spring and autumn days. And so that's to limit the indoor, instead of changing the maximum indoor space from 20 to 25% from 50%.
Commissioner Hardesty, do you have a question?
Yeah, I think I'm just a little confused by this. So the original recommendation was that the indoors, that there be 50% indoor and
Up to 50% indoor.
and you're recommending that there be 25%
Up to 25%, right?
indoor
Yeah,
out of the totality of this space that's available for common use?
correct.
And staff, what do you think about that?
In terms of that, reducing the maximum allowance for indoor common area to 25%, I think we're fairly neutral on it. Just on the diagram here, I have something just showing you what 10% is. So that's the amount of common area you need on a large site, and it's fairly similar to historic and recent examples of courtyard housing. But the way the regulations were structured was to provide flexibility. Some of that could be met through indoor common area. We have put 50% because we were deferring to flexibility. A concern we had from some housing developers was that we're putting in new requirements where we require no outdoor or common area at all. Let's make it as flexible as possible. So allowing up to half of that 10% amount to be indoor was intended to optimize flexibility, but staff's fairly neutral about whether it's 25% or 50%. It costs more to create indoor common area, but so we're neutral about it.
Commissioner Daly?
I am fading a little bit and getting
As am I, as it
slightly
gets more technical.
lost. So currently, we require common area equal to 10% of the building,
Of the site.
of the site. And that could be indoor, indoor, all outdoor? What is it as it stands?
No, the recommended draft proposal is you need area equivalent to 10% of the site area, and up to half of that amount could be indoor. So like the diagram, I'm showing it as a 10-year block, a 10% block. Half of that could actually be an indoor community space instead. Commissioner Fritz's amendment would scale that back a little bit so that the outdoor area remains bigger. It's more 75% of that total amount.
So is this 10% of the total indoor amount?
Of the total site area size.
So if you split that in half, you'd be giving people a closet that they could spend quality time in, right? If half of that was inside and half of it was outside?
Well, this is just on large sites,
This
right?
is large sites and
20,000
common area. So if you have a 20,000 square foot site, so a quarter block.
Right.
Or half block.
All right.
And we're
And
saying.
how many units? 20 or more?
It varies.
It varies, but what we're saying is you would have to provide 2,000 square feet of common area. And then the question is, how do you divide that common area between outdoor space and indoor space?
Got it.
As written, it's half and half, up to half and half, counting the indoor space. So a developer could provide a 500 square foot room or a 1,000 square foot room. It's their choice. But you would still, at a minimum, have 1,000 square feet of outdoor space. Under this amendment, it would be 500 and 1,500. You would have to provide at least 1,500 square feet of outdoor space on these large sites.
Thank you. You brought me back. I got it
Yeah.
now. Got it? All right. Yeah, we're good. We're with you.
So, I mean, again, at the face of it, it seems like a reasonable idea. I'm nervous about being that prescriptive with developers when the needs are going to vary by neighborhood, by site, depending on who they're catering to. And I know that I live in a courtyard apartment, and the only person I've seen in the courtyard was using it as a temporary workshop for a kitchen remodel. Probably not the use that we're aspiring to here. And I do see a lot of other newer sites where that outdoor space, I'm thinking of the one that's between Vancouver and Williams on Fremont. No one is out there because, I don't know, you're sitting in the middle of it feels like a panopticon. You're surrounded by people who are observing you. It's nice to look at, but it's for some reason not attracting people. So I just feel really nervous about about being this prescriptive.
Ready?
So I did, nobody seconded it, so we can
So
just
we need a
move on.
motion and a second. We have a motion, we have a second.
Okay, thank you.
Please call the roll
I'm sorry.
on 6B.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Commissioner Hardesty seconded proposed amendment 6B.
Thank you. Udaly?
I'm a no on this one.
Fritz?
Aye.
Hardesty?
I think we need flexibility. I think about the Gateway Discovery Park housing that Human Solutions is building. And so if there was a mandate for X percentage inside without recognizing that there's a park right outside, then it would be a mandate that would be very difficult to fulfill, right? Actually, developers would object to that, right? Why would I have to build all this space inside when we got a park right outside the door? I think we need that flexibility, but I also think we need to hold developers accountable for making sure that that space is usable space, especially in areas that lack the infrastructure that some areas of the city have a wealth of. So I vote no on this amendment.
Wheeler?
I prefer a flexible approach, and I don't see a compelling need to limit the common indoor area to 25%. I vote no. The amendment fails. Amendment 6C.
Commissioner Hardesty, that was a really compelling argument about Gateway Discovery Park, so thank you. 6C is kind of my backup plan for 6A, which is at the very least, could we please exempt indoor common area from the FAR calculations, thereby providing an incentive to provide some indoor common area?
I'll second it. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
6C is Commissioner Fritz moves proposed amendment 6C. I will second 6C. I like it. It will retain capacity for the housing units. It provides indoor community rooms, and it doesn't come at the cost of housing units. I think it's a very smart amendment, and I appreciate Commissioner Fritz bringing it forward. Any further discussion?
I'm still going to be leaning pretty heavily on Commissioner Fish to go back to 6A, but
I was sort of glad
This
the
is a
last one
consolation prize.
wasn't a tie vote, because I thought
we're not
Nick's
done
never
yet.
going to come back.
We're not done yet.
All right, can you call the roll, please, on proposed amendment 6C?
Well, we didn't hear anything from.
Bill, did you have any
Yeah.
comments on this one?
He's pretty much said it all. I mean, right now, both indoor common area and housing compete for the same floor area limit. And if you exempt it, you're not cutting into what could be space for housing units.
Yeah, I think it's a great compromise. I like it. Carla, please call the roll.
Udaly?
Happy to support this. I vote aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Hardesty?
Aye.
Wheeler?
Love it. I vote aye. The amendment's adopted. Code Amendment 7. Next up is Amendment 7, which would allow FAR transfers between multi-dwelling and mixed-use zones. Bill, can you describe this for us briefly?
All right, well, the intent of this amendment is really to facilitate transfer opportunities from sites, and the situations where you could transfer development opportunity is where a site is preserving historic buildings, and there's some special provisions for seismic upgrade transfers, and also you can transfer development rights for where you're preserving existing affordable housing or where you're preserving large trees. Currently, in the Better Housing by Design recommended draft, transfers are only allowed between sites in the same type of zone. So there's some limit on whether you could find sites to land transfers. Multi-dwelling zoning is only 8% of the land area of the city. Mixed-use zones are only 7%. So currently, you could only transfer within, say, for multi-dwelling zones, within that 8% of the city's land area. And a thing to bear in mind, too, is with recent code amendments, any project with larger buildings subject to inclusionary housing does not qualify to receive additional development through transfers. So the kind of sites where you could land development are somewhat limited. Something to be aware of too is the amount of transfer you could land on a site is intentionally limited. In the commercial zones, you can't increase your scale by more than 30%. And that's half the amount that inclusionary housing gives you. The intent was really to prioritize affordable housing as to what gives you greater scale. So there are some inherent limits on how much transfer you could receive, and this amendment would make it easier to find spots where it could be useful to receive some additional scale. Staff is supportive of this amendment.
Commissioner Hardesty, thank you.
Thank you. My question has to do with, I'm curious as to how do we allocate housing bond money for a project that is unable to build based on the current zoning of the property that they have?
I think that's a question for the next map amendment.
Well, why don't we ask Matt? He's standing right behind you. He'd be the great person to ask. Could you reintroduce yourself for the record?
Matthew Schauble, Portland Housing Bureau. So the Bureau doesn't tend to commit funds to a project unless it has the zone capacity for the number of units that it's proposing.
But this says here, bullet point 2, this property is one of Portland's affordable housing bond projects and is proposed for 88 low-income units.
We're not on that item yet, actually.
Yeah, we're on item 7.
You got a page ahead of us.
I'm ahead of you, okay.
Where are you?
No reading ahead.
Don't leave yet.
That's cheating. That's cheating.
That's cheating, my bad, sorry.
Now his answer is going to be super good by the time he gets to it.
I still can't find it.
What?
I can't find which, no, what Commissioner Hardesty is referring to.
Yeah.
This
Yes.
is Code
I
Amendment
see,
7.
okay.
So this is FAR
Does this
transfers.
address the issue raised by the church in Northwest Portland? Great, I love it.
Okay. Any further discussion on Code Amendment 7? Call the roll, please, Carla.
Udaley?
Aye.
Fritz?
Great, I love it too. Aye.
Hardesty? Wheeler?
Always the contrarian.
There's always somebody trying to cut to one side or the other, isn't there? I vote aye. The amendment's adopted. All right, next up is MAP amendments. MAP Amendment M1, which would rezone the Anna Mann House, which we heard some testimony about. It's
we
located
go.
at 1021 Northeast 33rd, from R5 zoning to RM1. Bill, could you briefly describe this MAP amendment, since we heard a good presentation on this the other day?
Sure. The Anna Mann House is a house, or it's not actually a house. It was originally built as an old people's home, as they used to call them. This slide shows an image of it. It looks like a grand old house, but it was originally an old people's home. And it's received approval for funding through the Portland Affordable Housing Bond Project. They're proposing 88 affordable units, including family housing and housing for people who experienced homelessness. As you can see from the map, it's located within 100 feet of Sandy Boulevard. It's adjacent to multi-dwelling zoning on towards the west. It's a 3-acre property that doesn't really have anything really in common with single-family zoning. It's got a very large building, large grounds. Single-family zoning assumes you're breaking it up into multiple lots. The multi-dwelling zoning proposed here would facilitate the kind of use that's envisioned, which is really, truly a multi-dwelling use of that property, of that building. The property owner would like some flexibility to add, say, in another building, also with affordable units, which would be another multi-dwelling type structure. The rezoning would accommodate both the existing use of that, or the proposed use for that existing building, as well as future additions. And it would also actually better support the preservation of that multi-dwelling type structure with the multi-dwelling zoning that's proposed in this amendment.
Is this the one where the back of the building is zoned differently than the front?
No, this is one large property, actually receives testimony and support. I don't think anyone chimed in against it. It's the very edge of Lowellhurst.
I am so excited about this project. This property was making the rounds on Facebook, and many of my friends and I were trying to conspire to raise the, I don't know, 1 point something million dollars or however much it was, so we could have our own old folks home. I think it couldn't go to a better use, and I'm really excited that, yeah, I'm just thrilled about it. And I'm assuming if we do this zoning change, this development is absolutely guaranteed, unlike some of the requests that we've gotten, where if we made the zoning code, the developer could have gone back and just changed their plans and done something entirely different.
Matt Schwabel from the Housing Bureau. So the 88
Not uncomfortable, I
units
think.
that are currently funded under the Portland Housing Bond can be delivered under the existing zoning. With this change, it provides a little bit more flexibility for Innovative Housing, which is the developer, and they may be able to add additional units beyond the 88 units.
And they are an affordable housing developer.
They are an affordable housing developer, and the proposal is for 88 units, 12 permanent supportive housing units, 43 family-size units, 28 units, 59 of the total units will be at 60% and below, and 29 of the total units will be at 30% and below. So to be clear, they could meet the 88 units under the current zoning. The zoning change gives them some more flexibility to potentially add more units to the overall site.
And I'll ask the same question that I asked prematurely before. Are we in the habit of providing money from the housing bond for project? Oh, you just answered it. They could do the 88,
Correct.
right? But with the zone change, they could do additional.
That's correct.
But they could also not.
They could also not. I imagine they will probably be looking for subsidy from us for the additional units, or the state, or other sources of financing. So they've expressed interest in building more units, but it will, and I'm sure they will, if they manage to secure the funding.
And you can't get the funding without the zoning change first.
We would not commit additional funds. I mean, one, we wouldn't commit it outside of a process, but we wouldn't commit it if it wasn't zoned for the number of units. Correct.
And do you have a written contract that says these 88 affordable housing units will be built?
It is the condition of our funding award to IHI, yes. So if they don't build the units, they would not receive the funding award.
Yes, but if we change the code, they don't have to actually come to us. They could do something else with it. Is that correct?
It is on the National Historic Registry, so it's not like they could tear down the building and build something else.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're,
And you could change it to affordable housing units with it on a historic registry?
yeah, they're both rehabbing and doing some new construction on the site.
All right,
kind
map
of a
amendment,
unique
M1. Carla,
circumstance.
you've stuck it out with us this far. Please call the roll.
Udaley?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Hardesty?
I don't have a lot of trust in promises, but I'm going to vote yes on this, but I'm going to be hounding you to make sure that this, in fact, turns out the way you've told us this will turn out. Aye.
Wheeler?
Well, I strongly support this map amendment because I believe it advances several priorities. I think this is a great project for the affordable housing bond, and it will provide more than 80 units of affordable housing for people who very much need an affordable place to live. And this zoning change will also forward historic preservation objectives. So I think it's a great combination. I fully support this. I vote aye. Map Amendment M1 is adopted. Next up is, not too surprisingly, Map Amendment M2, which would rezone the rear portion. This is the one you were mentioning a minute ago. This would rezone the rear portion of a property at 5631 Southeast Belmont so that the entire house is in the same zone, the RM1 zone. Bill, could you briefly describe this one? I think we're all pretty familiar with it.
This amendment would just shift the zoning line. Most of the property is in the RM1 multi-dwelling zone, but the last 6 feet of the house is not. It's in single-family R5. And this amendment would shift the zoning line to the rear portion of the property so that the entire structure is in RM1. Currently, the multi-dwelling zones, if it's an historic property, provide flexibility for non-residential uses. You could have small event type uses in that building, but if any portion of the building is in a single-family zone, you cannot have that flexibility at all. So they'd have to tear off the back of the house if they want to use the house for event space, for example. So this amendment would change that. It would streamline things so that the entire building is within the same zone. Staff supports it because it does promote historic preservation and there's no negative consequences in terms of equity objectives. It also has received a number of pieces of testimony from surrounding neighbors in support of the zone change. They want to really have that building succeed.
So, Bill, I have a question, and obviously I support this, but everybody seems to be enthusiastically supportive of this, given the stated objectives. But I have a question. We're doing something unique for this particular project because it's a good project, because we have heard compelling testimony from the people bringing it forward, because the neighbors are supportive of it. But I've got to believe there are buildings all over this city that are in the same circumstance, or am I wrong? And if I'm right, could we not come up with some code language, not tonight, please, but at some point, that more broadly approaches this question? Because obviously we don't want to get into the ludicrous situation where we're telling people to rip off the back 6 feet of their house so that they're in compliance with their zoning codes.
Right. Good points. There are a lot of properties that have split zoning. What is less common is that this one house is split zoned, and we typically try to avoid that situation because it really adds a lot of complexity. Sure. This house is from 1903, before we had any zoning. So the zoning line that was created happened after the building was, the house was constructed back in 1903. So it's a bit of an historic remnant. You're correct. We didn't have a big process to invite everyone in and make their request.
Do we believe there will be lots of these types of cases, or do you see this really as a one-off type circumstance?
From what I've seen, it's not very common to have a residential type structure split between zones. So we try to fix that when that comes to our attention. We did that some during the comprehensive plan update. This one wasn't brought to our attention then. It seems like a relatively small thing that would promote preservation.
In the scheme of things, I don't feel like we've been overwhelmed by these requests by any stretch of the imagination.
I mean, I was going to ask how it happened, and the answer is actually weirder than I imagined. That doesn't make any sense. But I'm interested in the mayor's question. I mean, if we have a property like this with split zoning, and then maybe this is just too simplistic because I'm not an expert, but could the zoning be changed to the zone that the majority of the property is already in, or something like that?
There isn't currently a really easy process.
Yeah,
Someone's going to have to
never
seek
mind.
a zone change process to make it happen.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hardesty?
Thank you. It does beg the question, though. I am always uncomfortable with making exceptions for individuals for anything, right? We're a public body. We make law that everybody's supposed to be impacted by. So we've had 2 today, right? And my fear is that as soon as we say yes to the second one, that there will be other people clamoring to get their code changed based on whatever. Right? And so I guess I'm concerned because this one just seems to be a no-brainer, right? Unless you're going to direct the people to chop the back of their house off, right? If they want to do something different. But I am concerned that we're setting a precedent, and the next person that comes in front of this body with another weird thing with their zoning are going to expect us to just fix it right away. So I'd love some info, not tonight, but later, about, about just kind of what's your assessment of like what's out there that we should be concerned about, right? And we should be proactive about fixing rather than waiting for people to come and seek redress at the city council. Thank you.
I think, number one, there aren't many opportunities for us to bring these types of things. There is a process that a property owner would typically go through to get a zoning change. But given the fact that we did this to the property after the fact, in this case, and in the other case, it's a very worthwhile use or repurposing of a historic building. I think they're both worthwhile and very reasonable to address here.
So during the comprehensive plan, we did have people from all over the city
Yeah.
pointing out the little anomaly here and there, and then right up until the very last hearing, we had, oh, add mine. And for this, for the most part, you find these things, you do fix them one by one, because doing some kind of blanket, let's make it the majority of the thing, there might be two different uses on a particular site that you then mess up. So I would recommend that we adopt this one and just keep that in mind for the future.
Yeah, good. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll. Carla, please, on map amendment M2.
Udaley?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Hardesty?
Aye.
Wheeler?
Here's how I'm going to handle it. In this very narrow, limited case, under these exact circumstances, I am prepared to support map amendment M2. I vote aye. The amendment's adopted. Thank you, gentlemen. Next up, map amendment M3, which would assign the smaller scale RM3 zone instead of RM4 for an area of the Kings Hill Historic District. Bill, could you briefly describe this map amendment?
Sure. This concerns the Kings Hill Historic District. Current zoning allows a floor to area ratio of 4 to 1. Better Housing by Design proposed reducing that to a 3 to 1, and the request is to further reduce the scale to a 2 to 1 FAR. And the intent is to have new development limited to a scale that's similar to the existing historic buildings in the area, most of which are just 2 to 3 stories and have an FAR of under 2 to 1. Just a couple images to highlight the area we're talking about. Can you, on your screens, see the image here? There's an aerial. The area in the dashed deal line is the area proposed to go down to the smaller scale RM3 zone, 2 to 1. The next image is just showing where the zoning sequence is happening here. Currently, it's a 4 to 1 scale. It's the bottom set of images. BHD proposal was to reduce it some to match the scale of the larger historic buildings in the area. And this amendment would further reduce it to half the original or the existing development scale. Staff is fairly neutral about this amendment. We did have some concerns about the northeasternmost property just the most extreme northern area, because half of the block is in the central city that allows a 4 to 1 FAR, and 2/3 of the area in multi-dwelling zoning is a 1960s building with a large apartment or large surface parking lot. So we did have some concern as to whether it made sense to downscale that whole half block to 2 to 1, given that context. But in general, staff is fairly neutral about this amendment.
I'm sorry, where is Kings Hill? Is it Northwest Portland?
It's just to the west of Civic Stadium, or actually...
Providence Park.
I'm sorry,
Providence
Providence. I've been around a little
That's
while.
what I call it too.
Right, so very close in, just the very edge of the central city is its location.
And what's the current proposal?
The current zoning is high-density residential with a 4 to 1 FAR.
Okay.
BHD, because it's an historic district and we did an analysis of scale, reduced it somewhat to 3 to 1. But this amendment would bring the scale down further to a 2 to 1 FAR in that area. That area has a fair number of kind of large house-type structures. So the 4 to 1 FAR or is substantially larger than what's there now. The overall Kings Hill area is pretty mixed. It includes a mix of large old houses, old apartments, and some towers from the 1960s, sometimes 12 stories.
What's under this heavy canopy? Is it housing or is it green space?
That is the town club. If you drive up Park Place up towards the zoo,
Yes.
there's the town club building. And so there's almost a grand old houses kind of a sense in that stretch of
I've been
block.
there, only once, but.
So the amendment is refined by planning to be just those blue spots, right? Previously, the request from from Goose Hollow was the whole area, and we've refined it down to avoiding the one that you were concerned about, is that right?
Right. The neighborhood originally had proposed to rezone that whole large block to the smaller scale, and that included a 12-story tower on that block. So this was scaled back to mostly correspond to where it's smaller historic structures. We're not so concerned about it because there are only a couple underutilized sites. Everything else is historic and would be
was my next
staying as
question.
far as we imagine.
So it's a lot of historic properties. It's fairly close to frequent transit. These are the sites that could be redeveloped. And can you give me a sense of the height difference between 3-to-1 and 2-to-1?
Well, the 3-to-1 zoning would allow 75 feet of height, that's 7 stories. And the 2-to-1 would allow up to 65 feet of height, which is 6 stories, although it's rare that with the 2-to-1 FAR, even if you did a bonus, that you're really going to max out the 6 stories.
Yeah.
The diagrams are showing the 2-to-1 base is usually just more of a 3-story scale.
Okay,
And
thank you.
to get bigger, you could through inclusionary housing.
And is this an area that has too much housing now?
The Kings Hill, Goose Hollow area does have a lot of apartments. It's one of the higher density areas in the city. It has lower household incomes than the city as a whole because there are a lot of older apartment buildings that are relatively affordable.
I'm pretty ambivalent on this one. Why don't we call the roll unless there's any further discussion?
Okay, M3, Udaly,
No.
Fritz,
Aye.
Hardesty,
No.
Wheeler,
I'm going to go where I've gone all day on this, which is keep the flexibility. And again, we have the Historic Landmarks Commission, which their objective is to determine the appropriate scale for specific development proposals. And I think I will defer on that side, so I vote no, the amendment fails. Next up is the minor amendments. These are the minor and technical amendments that are described in our packets. Bill, could you briefly describe these technical amendments? And then what I'd like to do is, we're going to add one.
Oh.
Actually, you don't need to.
Don't need to, okay.
And in
Okay, why don't you take it from here? Just tell us where we are. Thank you.
Sure. One is a minor amendment to the minimum lot dimensions for duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. B would actually needs to be dropped because it was taken care of by Amendment 2.
Okay, so B is withdrawn then? Is
Okay.
that correct, or do we need to do anything else, legal counsel, in order to withdraw it? So
All
it is
right,
withdrawn without objection.
C is about FAR transfers from tree preservation sites. Right now, we didn't limit how much you could transfer, but we're trying to be consistent with other transfer things where you can't transfer more than the development allowance on the site. So this would just limit the amount of transfer to the development potential on the site. And D, some minor terms related to tree health, just correcting those. E is some minor paragraph numbering mistakes. And F was just to correct some zone name and code section references. This is one we, rather than discussing each one in turn, we're suggesting that you consider it as a package.
Okay.
And we're just skipping G?
We don't, sorry, go ahead.
I make a motion that we adopt Amendment A, C, D, E, and F.
Second.
We have a motion for A, C, D, E, and F. B was dropped already. And we have a motion from Commissioner Hardesty, a second from Commissioner Udaly. It's on the table. Any further discussion? All right, Carla, call the vote. Call the roll.
Udaly,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The minor and technical amendments are adopted as a package. Does anybody have any additional amendments that they'd like to put on the table this evening? All right, before concluded, I would like to authorize staff to update the ordinance findings and exhibits to reflect the amendments. Bill, can you go over the next steps for Better Housing by Design?
Sure. We will be returning on December 5th at 4 p.m. With the amended Better Housing by Design ordinance and its exhibits to reflect the amendments you just approved today. This step is necessary to really ensure that the findings and our amendments reflect the deliberations you had today. We'll also be coming back, at least the plan is to come back with a companion resolution for PBOT's Connected Center Street Plan, which was done in conjunction with this project to come up with new ways of getting needed street connections in places like East Portland. So that would be coming before you. Also, following the December 5th vote, there will be another date coming up in which you would be taking the final vote on the package. Right now, we have that scheduled for December 18th at 10:30 a.m., but we'll confirm that at the December 5th meeting.
And it's, excuse me, Mayor, is that the same day that we're gonna finally get the historic report on housing code?
I believe it's after, I think
That's
December 11th.
December 11th.
December 11th is when that's happening?
Yes.
Excellent.
All right, very good. That concludes our Better Housing by Design discussion today. It was a great conversation. We'll continue the conversation on December 5th at 4 p.m. time certain.
Oh, it's only for voting on it though, right? It's not another 3-hour session starting at.
Good Lord, no.
And just as a reminder, the record's closed and will remain closed, and it'll just be for the purposes of voting on the findings.
Very good. Thank you for stating that. We are adjourned.
Thank you.